Happy Hour Friday. It starts now. It's the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. We have this show circled just like the Lions have this game circled. Yes, indeed. We got it covered for you here on a Sports Bash Friday. Busy show today. We've got a lot of Eagles-Lions. This game, to me, is maybe the most important game of the season for Philadelphia the rest of the way here. We'll explain. The Lions have made this game more important. We'll tell you why. Are the Eagles a ticking time bomb? One former NFLer believes so. We'll talk about it. Mike McGarry at the bottom of the hour. Johnny Mack will join us. Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike. Adam Kaplan is Football at 4 today. Sal Paolantonio tonight. There's Nick Sirianni. We're going to hear what he had to say today as well as his Eagles get ready for the Lions. Both teams really – this is a big game. Big game for both teams here. Lions, they have come out and said it. Aiden Hutchinson, they circled this game. It's kind of what I talked about a couple of years ago. The 49er game, they circled that game on their calendar. And I feel like the Lions, similarly. Now, that doesn't mean that the aftermath might be the same. But what I'm talking about is that Niner team came here to show the Philadelphia Eagles that they belonged on a higher stage than the Eagles did. And at that time, everyone was talking about the Eagles. The Eagles had beaten the Niners, and the Eagles were, at that point, I think they were 10-1. They ended up losing that game. They went to 10-2, and then their season fell apart. The Lions also feel that they should be on higher ground than the Philadelphia Eagles. And they have circled this game on their calendar to show everybody that. So this is a very, very important game. This is a very, very meaningful game for Philadelphia for a couple of things. Like, if they lose the game, does it automatically indicate that the season is going to go down a path of destruction? Maybe not, but it's going to enter your mind, isn't it? Eagles fans, if the Eagles lose this game, isn't your mind going to kind of be like, uh-oh, that's a good team. They came here, they circled this game, and they got it, and now what? Now, if the Eagles win this game, can you put to rest the thoughts about Philadelphia's season falling apart? It is a very interesting game for a lot of different reasons in terms of the matchups. Take a look at some of the key matchups in this game. Lions, secondary, struggles, not great. They've had injury issues. Eagles, pass game, if you haven't heard, struggles. They've had some issues. Everybody just assumes when A.J. Brown talks or he kind of has his social media moments, got to get him the ball. Well, this is a week. This is a week to try to do it. Terrion Arnold, good, not great. Eagles really made out in that one. That was the draft where Arnold and Mitchell were on the board. The Eagles had to make a choice. Which one, the Alabama guy or the Maction guy? Quinyon Mitchell playing in the MAC, Terrion Arnold playing in the SEC. Eagles went Maction, SEC guy went to Detroit. Eagles got Mitchell. Looks like they made out. They got Terrion Arnold and Amick Robertson. Not a great tandem. Both of them banged up. The safety play for them has been meh. This is a game that has passing game written all over. Now, one area where they're decent is they have a pretty good pass rush. There's two parallels between these teams. The corner spot that the Eagles selected, Mitchell over Arnold, and the defensive tackle position. If you remember, years ago, there was that moment when the Eagles selected Milton Williams. The other guy on the board was Aleem McNeil, and the Lions ended up getting McNeil. You got Milton Williams. Williams is no longer here. McNeil's turned into a really good player for them. But Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, they're all pretty good players up front. Anzalone, they got some playmakers in their linebacking core as well. But their defense is not great. It's good. It's not great. And I say good. It's good because their offense is so good. And one of the things about their offense that I think is the biggest problem is they got a good offensive line, and there's a lot of questions about that line. What was that line going to be with Frank Ragnow retiring? He retired. They're seemingly okay at that center position. I don't know who's number one, but I think this receiving tandem is in the top 3 in the NFL. Maybe top 5. I don't know. Do you like Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams? Do you like A.J. Brown, DeVonta Smith? Do you like the 2 Cincinnati guys, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase? Right here you got Jameson Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown. This is about as good as a tandem as you get in the NFL. Do you have a favorite?
I mean, I personally like the Higgins and Chase tandem and the Adams Puka tandem. But yes, A.J. Brown and DeVonta Smith are in that conversation. I mean, you could also throw – I don't know how you feel about Justin Jefferson and James Addison.
Yeah, they're in there. I mean, I don't think there's a right number one answer, but this group here would be in my 5, the Lions, no question about it. Amon-Ra, Jameson Williams. And then you throw in there, they got a pretty good tight end, too, in Sam Laporta. They got weapons. Jared Goff, their trigger man. It'll be fun to see that offense against this Eagle defense, which, many people believe the one reason why the Eagles don't have the same feel as that 2022 team or 2023 team that fell apart is because of their defense. Many people think because the Eagles' defense that year was so bad, and they are right. I'm not arguing that the defenses are comparable. This defense is way better. But many people think because this defense is so good that 2023 can't happen again. The only way that 2023 could happen again is if the Lions come in here and whip your ass, and then the mental destruction starts to begin of infighting, of the offense isn't holding up their end of the bargain, and A.J. Brown is going up and down the hallway kicking and screaming and saying, we can't keep scoring 7 points a game. We can't keep scoring 10 points a game. And that is when things could start happening. So it's a big week there. It's a big week when it comes to all of the ancillary things. Because let's just say Lions come in Sunday Night Football and blow your doors off. What's Monday going to feel like? Lions come in, close game, kick a field goal. As time expires, they sneak out with a win. Monday going to feel any differently? And keep why this game is so important. Okay? This game is really, really important. And the reason why it is so important, you got this going on for you, right? How big of a game is it? According to ESPN Analytics, if the Eagles win, they would have a 47% chance to win the number 1 seed in the NFC. Now, if they lose the game, that number goes down to 17%. If the Lions should win this game, they would have a 20% chance for the number 1 seed. But if the Lions lose, they are virtually done at getting the number 1 seed. But if the Eagles win this game, 47%, they would have beaten the Lions, the Packers, the Rams, the Buccaneers, pretty much anybody who has a shot and a path to get the number 1 seed, the Eagles would have already have taken care of. That's why it's such an important game. So, yeah, I get the whole thing of like, the Eagles are going to make the playoffs. They're going to win the division. They got to get the number 1 seed. Last year they skated because they didn't have the number 1 seed, but the Lions lost in the playoffs. I don't know if you can put that up on the table again. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Don't forget, subscribe, click the bell, get notified when the show goes live. We are live, of course, on all the platforms, the X platform, YouTube, the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. You can always message us on the text board, 609-403-0973. 0973. One of the things about this game, too, when you look at some of the numbers behind the game, these two teams rank first and second in the NFL in wins since the 2023 season. They last played in 2022. If you go back to that 2022 game, that was a game that, if you remember, the Lions were not the Lions yet. But when the Eagles struggled with them in that game, it was, man, the Eagles struggled with that Lions team. And many people thought that Eagles team would maybe not be all that good because they beat that Lions team. You remember it was 38-35 in the opener. You remember DeAndre Swift had a monster game against them. But that was kind of the Lions season where they became the Lions. They got off to a terrible start. They were 1-6. They finished that year 9-8. And they grew from that game and became the Lions that we now know, because many of those players that were on that team, on that game in 2022, we're looking at almost similar rosters here. Jalen Hurts versus Jared Goff, right? Amon-Ra St. Brown, he was still there. A.J. Brown, you know how many yards he had in that game? 10 catches for 155. DeVonta Smith that day. I remember the story after that game. Man, DeVonta Smith didn't have any catches. A.J. had 10. DeVonta had none. Eagles went on to the Super Bowl that year. They would lose. But where these two teams have come since that day, since 2023, they're the top two teams in all of football. First time they have met since that day. Now, under Dan Campbell, Lions 0-2. Feels like it's the same story for Nick Sirianni, right? He's undefeated against everybody. It seems like he's undefeated against Sean McVay. He's undefeated against Kevin O'Connell. Anybody who's a somebody, Nick Sirianni laughs at him. Now, Campbell and Sirianni both took over in 2021. Mm-hmm. They both took over their teams the same season. Since then, the Lions go for it on fourth down 32% of the time. It's highest in the NFL. Eagles, they go for it 25% of the time. Risk management Sunday night. Keep it in mind. Now, Dan Campbell, he took over the play calling. Nick Sirianni obviously does not call the plays. Many people are clamoring for a change in the play caller. We had Britton Covey on at the Super Bowl. This was after the 2023 season that went awry. And we went back and listened to that interview today because there was a lot of things in there. And people are calling for change to the offensive coordinator. Now, Covey was on the team when they changed the defensive coordinator. And he talked about how he thought that was something that was a factor in why that 2023 season went awry. The change in the coordinator is something that really he thought messed with them. He said, I talked to a lot of guys, and they said, yeah, that, like, all different terminology and play calling. So that was one thing. But another thing in there that he talked about was sometimes when things are going well in a season, they are a mask. They are a cover-up for things. And I thought this was a very interesting quote. This is what Britton Covey told me at the Super Bowl.
When everything's going well, it doesn't just, solve problems. It kind of masks problems at times, right? And you got to learn how to not let that happen. I actually think Coach Sirianni does a really good job of that in wins, being like, hey, yeah, we won, but look at this. This is what we got to fix. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it masks your problems, the winning. And that is what this whole A.J. Brown thing is kind of, interesting to tie into that comment there. Sometimes when things are going well, it masks your problems. And even when you're winning, you still have to take a deep look at yourself and say, even though we're winning, some things aren't going our way. And that's one of the things that Britton Covey thinks that Nick Sirianni is really good at.
Are you serious? What's his role as a head coach? He does everything. He's involved in every little thing. You have to be a great communicator, which he is. That's honestly one of his strong suits. He's a great communicator. People talk about, it's funny, when we're winning, how emotional he is a good thing. When we're losing, he's too emotional. No, He's authentic to him, which I really like. That's the same reason why I think Jalen's a great leader. Yes, he is a little more quiet, but he's authentic to him. I've had players and quarterbacks who try and be something they're not, and it just rings hollow, right? I've had coaches like that too.
Great communicator, he says. Like, this goes back to, you remember when people asked Sirianni, like, what do you do? What is your role? And he, like, laughed at that. Like, are you serious? This guy's a great communicator. And when things feel like they're going bad, that's when Sirianni is at his best. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So one of the things we talk about, the team struggling with different coordinators, but Britton Covey told us from 1 year in 2022 to the next year in 2023, the offense, it was the same. Terminology, plays, all of that stuff. Different play caller, same plays, same terminology. He talked about the changes in offense from year to year.
Honestly, our offense last year was not much different, if at all, than the year before.
Same terminology?
Same terminology, same plays, same play designs, but teams played us differently because they had a whole year to scout it. They knew all these things. They saying, okay, we're going to make this person beat us rather than A.J. Brown.
Same terminology, same plays, but that's the big thing, is that teams got a chance to see you. And that's what we are seeing right now with the Eagles, I think, with the running game, is they watched the running game last year. What did the Eagles do? They did this with Saquon Barkley. We're not going to let you. Now you have to peel the onion. The Eagles, seemingly in 2023, were not all that good at peeling the onion to do something else. They wanted to keep trying to force what they wanted to do, and they weren't good enough at it. And it was a factor in their season.
So to something you've mentioned earlier this week, Mike, you mentioned before that you felt like the A.J. Brown, the Lane Johnson, the other players who have complained and expressed their frustrations with the offense, is part of their frustrations them saying, we went through this in 2023. We're going through again in 2025, and we don't understand why.
Oh, I think so. I think that's why you're seeing all this stuff, is because that they have gone through it before, where they had a good team record-wise, but it just didn't feel right. They had a good team record-wise, but they wanted to make sure they're trying to get out ahead of it this time. And they're facing a Lions team, by the way, 13-3 in primetime games under Dan Campbell. That's the best in the NFL. So I think they see what I see. They see a week where if they don't get their act together, this team can come in here and beat them, and then you could have some division in the locker room, right? It happened in 2023 with San Francisco where you got whipped. And after that, it was not good.
It was not good, but you – see, my problem is that I don't see a scenario unless there's a major unforeseen injury where the Eagles get whipped on Sunday night. Like, I can see them losing, but I don't see it being like by, what the 49ers did to you 2 years ago.
I don't foresee that, but I don't rule it out.
Why don't you rule it out?
I think the Lions are talented enough to blow your doors off. I mean, this is the NFL. You get a game that just the style of that game kind of snowballs away from you, and you're just kind of like, all right, we got blown out. That happens, and the Lions are a team. Not every team has the ability just to score 44 on you and blow your doors off, but this team does, right? I mean, they beat Chicago 52-21. That Chicago team's okay. It's not great. They beat Tampa 24-9. I wouldn't say that's like a massive blowout, but they dominated that game. They took Washington and just spanked them last week, 44-22. But again, so they have it in them.
They have it in them, but you're not mentioning also the two losses recently. The Chiefs, when they went to Kansas City, they lost there. Minnesota, that was a game that a lot of people expected them to beat up on Minnesota, me being one of them, and they end up losing a close game. So,
we all know it's a week-to-week league, right? We know.
Sure.
So my point is, at their best, they have the ability to blow your doors off.
Yes, but styles make fights.
Yeah,
That's
and then I think that I don't know what the style of this game is going to be. Last week against Green Bay, I thought the style would be kind of more of a back-and-forth type of game, and I had 31-17 Philadelphia. I thought the Eagles were just better than the Packers. I think the Packers' problem offensively, I think they're limited, and I felt that Philadelphia would be able to get a good flow going because coming off the bye, I figured they would find some things out, find some things that they did well, and that would lead them to score more points. The game was 10-7, so I was off the mark on the style of game that I saw. I don't know what the style of this game is, but what I do know is I don't rule out that one of the styles could be Detroit blowing your doors off.
So you don't look at the Eagles as a team that can win in a variety of different ways.
Oh, I think so. I mean, I think Philly can win a 10-7 game. I don't see that style of game in this particular one, but I think they can win 10-7. I think it's harder for them to win the shootout game with the lack of consistency in their offense. That's the hard part I have with Philadelphia.
So then
if the game starts to get 37-24, can you make enough plays in your offense that you can make it 37-31 and then come back and win that game, 38-30? Like, that's the problem with the offense. I don't have those same questions about their offense, but I do feel that Philly's defense is not as apt to let that game happen, although the Denver Broncos want to have a word with me.
Well, the Denver Broncos didn't score 35, 40 points, though.
No, but they scored 2 touchdowns late in the game
Yes.
when they needed to.
They did.
So it's not that the Eagles are adverse to having a bad day or a bad half.
Sure.
And I would say, see if anybody agrees with me, the Detroit offense is a little bit better than the Denver offense.
They are, but I mean, and maybe this is where I'm trying to peel back the onion on your thinking is, what is it about the Eagles' defense and the Detroit offense that worries you so much? Like,
Well,
what is it about, like, for example, the Eagles' defense has been better in recent weeks.
It is. Here's 2 things. One, Eagles secondary, I think, has some weak spots in it. If you want to go after Adoree Jackson and he's not having a good day, that's a matchup that I don't love. Adoree Jackson against Amon-Ra St. Brown or Adoree Jackson against Jameson Williams. I don't like either of those matchups. Do you?
I don't like Adoree Jackson against anybody, really.
Okay, well,
I don't even like Adoree Jackson versus me, honestly.
Okay, well, I like them less against those 2 guys. Jameson Williams, love the way they get him the ball in certain styles, crossing routes, short stuff, let him catch, and then he uses his speed to run away from you. 95 receptions his last 2 games, 95 yards per game, and 2 touchdowns his last 2 games. So Jameson Williams, since Dan Campbell has taken over, they've got him more involved. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's one of my favorite receivers in the league. He does everything. He's a possession guy. He's a big play guy. He could do pretty much everything. So there's an area where I think they can find a guy on the Eagles and go after him. 2, they have a good offensive line, and that means what's your pressure going to be? How much pressure are you going to get on Jared Goff? They do have one of the better offensive lines in football. And a lot of things when the Eagles go well defensively, they take advantage of teams who struggle on the offensive line. Do we think that the Lions' offensive line is a weak spot for them? Not necessarily. I think their line's one of the better lines in football. So if you don't get the pressure and there's a guy to go target in the secondary, it could lead to some big plays. And that's one of the reasons why I can foresee potentially. I'm not saying I'm calling for that. I can foresee lack of pressure coupled with some pressure points in the secondary that are weak, leading to some big moments. And can the Eagles answer those big moments? That's my question. The Lions have this game circled. So do I. I think it's going to be fun. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Also, one of the things that is underappreciated, I think, about the Lions, they can run the ball. They can run the ball. Can the Eagles stop the run? I'll give you some numbers on that real quick that have helped the Philadelphia Eagles in that area. But do we think they're a good run-stopping team? Well, since Nakobe Dean is back with the Eagles, before Dean, 173 carries for 806 yards, 4.66 yards per carry. Since Nakobe Dean's return, 71 carries for 261, 3.68 yards per carry, a full yard less per carry. But this is a big challenge, the Detroit run game against the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. Subscribe and hit the bell for More of the Sports Bash Live coming up. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, will get his take on, by the way, Kyle Schwarber, second place in the MVP. You know, 3 Phillies players finished in the top 15 of the MVP voting last night. Get that detail on our website, 973ESPN.com. All right, happy hour Friday to you here. We got, Pistons, Sixers, Lions, Eagles, a little Detroit tonight. Huey Lewis in the news. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. Hit the subscribe and like button. Let's get into it. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Eagles and the Lions. And Mike, Aiden Hutchinson said he had this game circled on their calendar. The Lions, do you think the Lions are looking at this game a little differently than maybe the Eagles are looking at this game?
Well, I think, yeah, because I think every team looks at playing the Eagles differently than the Eagles probably look at playing them. The Eagles are the defending Super Bowl champions. They are a big game on everybody's schedule, and to a large degree, they are the measuring stick, right? If you want to measure yourself against the team that won the Super Bowl last year, the Eagles are it. So I think the Eagles, and one of the things I think the Eagles are seeing this year is I think they get everybody's best game every week, and I have no doubt that the Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell and Jared Goff will be ready to go Sunday night at Lincoln Financial Field.
Yeah, and I mean, right now you look at the Eagles, and it's not a quote-unquote must-win game, but 47% chance for them to be the number one seed if they win this game. What does a loss do for Philadelphia in your mind?
Well, a loss, I think, hampers your ability to get that number one seed, and a loss throws you back in the mix with the rest of the NFC. You know, Seattle is 7-2. The Rams are 7-2. You know, if Detroit were to beat the Eagles on Sunday night, they'd be 7-3. The Eagles be 7-3. Tampa's 6-3. So if the Eagles are 7-3 instead of 8-2 and 7-3 with a loss to Detroit, now you're talking about a team that is going to have to battle uphill to get that number one seed, or even get obviously have home field advantage for winning the division in the first round, but the second round, who knows? So, and obviously the quickest road to the Super Bowl is 2 wins at home if you're the number one seed. So, to me, this is a really key game for the Eagles, a key stretch. We talked about how important Monday night's game was. They survived that one. You know, can they survive Sunday night?
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of people have kind of looked at that game against San Francisco a couple of years ago. And, look, I get it. The Eagles' defense probably would not allow this season to go down that road. But I mean more of like the mental in the locker room of like, man, a good team came into our building and beat us up. And then maybe the ineptitude of the offense on a week-to-week basis would start to trickle in even a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the thing with the Eagles is too many people, I think, are pointing to what happened 2 years ago and the collapse at the end of that season. That is not going to happen again, at least in my opinion. Like you said, the Eagles' defense is too good. They've got too many good players. They've made changes to the coaching staff, stuff like that. They've added Saquon Barkley. They've added Vic Fangio. So I don't think you're going to see a collapse anytime soon. But if you lose this game, are you more likely to be the 3 seed than the 1 seed? Yes. And if you lose this game and you're the 3 seed as opposed to the 1 seed, are you less likely to go to the Super Bowl? Yes. So, that's where I think this game doesn't determine whether the Eagles will defend their title, but it will determine how tough the road is.
No question. And Mike, right now, a win over the Lions, according to ESPN Stats and Info, a 47% chance for Philadelphia to be the number 1 seed. If they were to lose the game, though, that number drops all the way down big time into the teens for them to 17% with a loss. So it shows you how important it is because look, they have already knocked off most of the teams that are in play here. So this would be a big game for them, big game for the Lions. And you take a look at everything that's going on with A.J. Brown this week, Mike. What's kind of your, end-of-week thoughts on everything that has happened with him over, playing the video game, saying what he said, talking at his locker? He had a 10-minute visit at his locker the other night.
Yeah, here's what I'm going to say. There's something wrong with the Eagles' offense right now. It is not operating at peak efficiency. I've talked to several people, you probably have too, that are on both sides of the spectrum when it comes to Monday night's game. There were people that said, hey, great, 10-7 game defensive struggle, cold night in Green Bay. Boy, the Eagles' defense was outstanding. What a high-level football game. It's a throwback game. It's a throwback to the way games were played. And then there are people who are saying, oh, my God, they only scored 10 points. How are they going to win? They only scored 10 points. It seems like people are on, opposite ends of the spectrum there. There's something wrong with the Eagles offense. We've not only heard it from A.J. Brown, we've heard it from other players in the locker room. Our eyes tell us that offense is not operating at peak efficiency. Is it making big plays at times to help them win, such as the DeVonta Smith touchdown catch on Monday night? Yes, but is it consistently producing those big plays the way it has done in the past? No. For whatever the reason is, I don't know. I'm not calling the plays. I'm not there. A.J. Brown is not getting the ball as much as he's done in the past. Saquon Barkley is not as effective as he was, nearly effective as he was last year. Something is wrong with the offense, and if the Eagles don't fix it, they're simply not going to defend their Super Bowl title, and they might be an early exit in the playoffs.
All right, before we move on to some other things, A.J. Brown, 408 yards in 8 games this year. It's his fewest receiving yards in any 8-game stretch since his rookie year with the Titans. Do you think A.J. has a big game this week?
My head would say no, because he hasn't had a big game all season, and bodies in motion, the first rule of physics and sports, Sir Isaac Newton, bodies in motion tend to stay in motion. So people having bad years tend to continue to have bad years. People who don't have a lot of targets continue not to have a lot of targets. So I wouldn't think what is going to change this week that A.J. Brown all of a sudden becomes a more prominent part of the offense. I don't know what that is. We'll all have to sit back and watch, because, again, we don't know down deep what the Eagles are discussing or, what they plan for Sunday night. But it'll be fascinating to watch, and it'll be a storyline to watch, because your offense is not as effective. Look, it's just A.J. Brown is not getting the ball. If they weren't giving the ball to Barkley, we'd be saying the same thing. If they weren't throwing it to DeVonta Smith, we'd be saying the same thing. If they weren't throwing it to Goddard, we'd be saying the same thing. A.J. Brown is one of the most physical top receivers in football. He's made a big difference in the past for the Eagles, and for whatever the reason is this year, he doesn't seem to be as a prominent part of the offense. And for me, when you take one of your star players and don't use them to capacity, you're not as good as you should be.
All right, Mike, let's change gears real quick. We'll get your take on that Eagles game coming up. But Kyle Schwarber finished second in the NL MVP voting. It was unanimous for Shohei Ohtani. He got every single first-place vote. And I don't know that Schwarber should have won it or anything, but how much more difficult does this make things for Philadelphia? Not much, or do you think that adds to it?
Well, as far as re-signing him, it might put an extra million or so on the old contract bid, on the old negotiation there. But I don't think it changes it substantially. The Philadelphia Phillies know what Kyle Schwarber and his 55, 56 home runs mean to the team. They know what his presence in that clubhouse means to the team, and so does everybody else in baseball. And Mike, it's almost like he won the MVP, right? Because we could just make Shohei Ohtani, as long as he's healthy, the MVP for the next 5-6 years if he keeps playing like this. So it's almost like if you finish second, you actually win the MVP. But I think everybody knows what Schwarber's value is and stuff like that. And I don't think an MVP vote is going to, dramatically change one way or the other the Phillies' prospects of signing him. But let me say this, Mike, they have to sign him. This team, I think the Phillies are in trouble if they don't bring back Kyle Schwarber.
Well, and I was going to say, I was reading the Jim Bowden stuff that said 5 years, 160 was the number. Is 5 years too many years for Kyle? You just say, you know what, the heck with it, even if we only get 2 or 3 really good years out of those.
No, I agree. I would go 5 years, 150. If Jim Bowden says 5 years, 160, I'm in on that, Mike. The metrics say this guy's getting better. His bat speed is just as fast as anybody in the league. In fact, he's got a faster average bat speed last year. Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge, the two MVP winners. His exit velocity, outstanding. I know I'm a little bit far be it from me to be Mr. Analytics here, but they do have some value. And he is a guy, I would compare him to like a David Ortiz guy in Boston who seemed to get better as he got older. He's a designated hitter. He's got to bat 4 times a game. I just think his power, his presence, if they don't bring him back, he's not easily replaceable at all.
All right, Mike, we have that obviously. You got the Sixers and the Pistons tonight as well. So a little Detroit weekend for the Philly teams. You got the baseball stuff. By the way, Trey Turner, if I told you he finished 5th in the MVP, did he feel like he made that type of impact?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think, Mike, we're Philadelphia fans and maybe Philadelphia media are a little too hard on Trey Turner, where if Trey Turner played on another team and we were just watching him on, the MLB Network or Sports Center and seeing all the highlights, you know what we'd be saying right now? We'd be saying, we need a guy like Trey Turner. We need a leadoff hitter, a guy who can steal bases, score runs, play shortstop. We need that guy. Because we see Trey Turner every day and see some of his mistakes, I don't think we appreciated the type of year he had last year, where he was outstanding defensively at shortstop and led the league in hitting and came close to leading the league in runs scored. He would have had a 300 average and 100 runs scored if he wasn't banged up the last 3-4 weeks of the season. So, yeah, I think Trey Turner a little bit underappreciated by Philadelphia Phillies fans and media.
Well, obviously, and by the way, Christopher Sanchez, he was 15th in the MVP voting. He did finish 2nd in the Cy Young Award behind Paul Skeens the other night when they made that announcement.
Mike, this shows you just what good players the Phillies have. I know there's a tendency after they lose to the Dodgers, and it's the 4th straight playoff disappointment in a row, and they've taken a step backwards every year, and the tendency is break it up, do this and do that. Look at the voting and see the quality of players they have, and then everybody take a deep breath and see what Dombrowski does this offseason.
Looking forward to it. Where are you going to be tonight?
Big high school football weekend, sectional titles, Atlantic City hosting Kingsway Regional, 6 p.m. South Jersey Group 5 title. Should be a great game. Atlantic City seeking its first sectional title since 1999. The winner advances to the state semifinals. Kingsway is a formidable team. Atlantic City, an entertaining team. Hey, Mike, if the listeners are out there and they like sports, they like competition, they like good football, go down to Atlantic City. I think the tickets are like $5 or $6. You buy them online. You're not going to spend a better $5 or $6 on a Friday night than going down to watch the Vikings play Kingsway for a South Jersey title. It's all the good that high school sports is about. All
right, well, you can get coverage of that at AC Press McGarry on the X platform and at thepressofAtlanticCity.com. Mike, have a good weekend, man.
All right, Mike, we'll see what we're discussing on Monday. Are the Eagles on track for a number 1 seed, or are they a mess? We will discuss it on Monday. We'll see you down the road.
See you, man. There you go. He's already producing my show for Monday. Are the Eagles a mess? Or, hey, listen, if this Eagles team wins, I think that might be their – I don't know. They beat the Packers. They beat the Rams. They beat the Bucks. They beat the Chiefs. Would beating the Lions be their biggest win to date? How do you guys feel about the Lions? Text board's open, 609-403-0973. You want to hit us up on the video on the X platform or on YouTube, you can chat in the comments section over there. I see some people chatting over there. I got you 40 Kid. I see you, Terrell. All right, we'll read off those coming up next here on The Sports Bash. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, when the Eagles win, you win. Spicy tandoori chicken wings for dine-in customers at the Nizams. They got a great lunch buffet. Check it out this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe right now. As I'm having this discussion, you're driving around, and you're like, you know what? I'm pulling in. Great lunch buffet. Let me try it out. They got a great banquet space. Sits up to 100 people for private events and celebrations. The Nizams. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Let's check in on the text board and over on the YouTube channel. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell. See some of the comments, people over there. All right, we got 40 Kid checking in. Gibbs has slightly taken over as their main running back, and he's become close to an elite running back. Well, they just got a good tandem, kind of a good thunder and lightning, if you will, with Montgomery and Gibbs. And if you remember back at the Football at 4, back at that draft when they drafted Gibbs, DeCecco liked Gibbs more than like Bijan. Now, that doesn't mean Bijan stinks, but Gibbs has been just a complete difference maker in that Detroit offense for what he brings to the table. But, yeah, he has taken over because he's such a big play back that every time he touches the ball.
Do you actually know the tandem's nickname?
There's no.
Sonic and Knuckles.
I have not heard that ever. Sonic and Knuckles.
Yes, that's what they call themselves.
I like it, but I haven't heard that before.
I wasn't sure if you knew who Sonic and Knuckles were.
Another message watching on YouTube. Doug says Detroit run game is legit, one that wears you out. Gibbs is elusive. Montgomery is physical. There's your knuckle, right? I guess Montgomery's the Knuckles.
Yes.
Sonic would be Gibbs.
Yep.
Not Sonic the Hedgehog, Harry.
It is Sonic the Hedgehog.
Is that who it's supposed to be?
Yes, Sonic
Wow.
the Hedgehog and his partner Knuckles. They saved the universe.
I know that the Detroit run game is not something that you think of a lot, too, when you think about them. You think of their kind of like high-flying.
Well, you first think of Dan Campbell, right?
Yeah, I mean, you think of like the whole package, but you don't just specifically think of the run game.
Sure. But, yeah, the run game has been amazing the last few years, actually, since they drafted Gibbs.
Dave in EHC says, OMG, the Eagles will be fine. We were saying the same stuff last year. We were also saying the same stuff in 2023, Dave. I do agree with you, though, that I think the Eagles will be fine. But they were 10-1 at one point in my lifetime, not too long ago, and we said they would be fine, and then they weren't. So it is not completely unfair to at least go down the possibility of that road that it could be lingering here. I don't see it happening. I really don't. 609-403-0973, Shaner and EHT. Mike, I know Senior Josh disagrees with the 49er comparison, but I see it. And AJ is right. His approach stinks, but they are skating past most games. Rams, 2 really bad losses, and also some great wins. This is a huge game. The schedule is relentless, and they can do it. Go Birds, says Shaner and EHC. Happy Hour Fridays, a cold Yingling, riding the mower and eating leaves. You want to eat some leaves? I got a ton of them at my house. I got a ton of them over at my house, Shaner. You got the cold Yingling on the rider there, Josh. I agree. This schedule is relentless. Who do the Eagles play? Like, who are the 2 divisions they play next year? Because they got absolutely just hammered this year. The NFC East teams got stuck playing the who'd they get this year? They got the AFC West, which had 3 playoff teams last year, and the NFC North, which is the best division in football right now. They have to play the Bears, Vikings, Lions, and Packers. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, Evan Cohen's going to join us today. We'll have like a live, unsportsmanlike moment of the day. 2 unsportsmanlike topics we want to bring up with Evan Cohen. They talked about it this morning on Unsportsmanlike here on 97.3 ESPN. And when we get to Evan Cohen, we're going to get his thoughts on A.J. Brown and what he says about this offense that includes A.J. Brown. That's coming up with Evan Cohen at 3:30 right here on the Sports Bash. Hey, but first, I need caller 7 at 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. 3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered into this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate. Yes, every single qualifier wins a pair of tickets to a game or a concert or an event, including Eagles Club Box tickets against the Commanders, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, and we got concert tickets. Awesome concerts, by the way. Jack Johnson at the Man, OAR, Journey at Boardwalk Hall. Be caller 7 right now to qualify. 609-573-3776. Good luck. All right, 302 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. John McMullen on a Friday getting us ready for a big game here, Eagles-Lions. We're going to dive into a lot here. McMullen's appearance is brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their new, pre-owned, and certified pre-owned Hondas online, boardwalkhonda.com. Now, I understand that John is in terrible traffic. Let me just tell you, John. You have not seen terrible traffic until you tried a Wawa parking lot at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I know. Down the shore, yeah. They're bad enough up here.
Awful.
That is a dangerous place to be. I think it's more dangerous than a war zone, a Wawa parking.
It was really bad. But, all right, well, let's dive into some of the stuff that's happening. No injury report quite yet, but everybody seems to be pretty healthy. I guess Juergens, is he the one guy that we would be wondering about?
Yeah, pretty amazing. Week 11, all 53 players are practicing in some form. Cam was the one who was limited, and we'll see today how it shakes out. He did talk to us, did not know if he's going to be able to go, but that's a positive sign. They might keep him out one more week. He's got to get used to playing with the brace again. He said he hasn't done that since Nebraska, and he hates it, but got to do it. So we'll see. He's the one player that's sort of questionable. And ultimately, when it does come out, I think he'll be listed as questionable for the game, and they'll take it up to Sunday at game time.
John, obviously the story, if you didn't hear this week, was A.J. Brown. He had a lot to say starting the week. He then, I assume that little scrum at his locker, which was about 10 minutes the other night, and it was probably very interesting to kind of hear the thoughts in his head and almost the struggle that he is going through with this season. What kind of feeling did you get from A.J. The other night?
Yeah, I just walked out with AJ to his car 10 minutes ago. So, yeah, he you know, this is not new. I'm glad he did it in front and on the record. These are some of the issues he's been talking about for a long time. And really, you know, again, I think if you go back to last season, you know, I had to look it up after the Green Bay games. They had 7 games that were poor passing performances than they had in Green Bay. So this is not new. It hasn't been new. It's been an issue for a while. And, you know, AJ's sentiment is, got to fix it. Now, he said the same thing last year. But the difference is last year, they ran the ball so well. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it's funny because entering this game, they have a better passing offense at 25th overall than they had last season when they won the Super Bowl. The problem is they had the second-ranked rushing offense last year, and now they're down at, I believe, 21st. So either you have to pick up the running game or the passing game's got to pick up that slack. And right now it's sort of, all right, who's going to step up? How are they going to step up? But it's evident that the philosophy remains the same. Get the running game going, and that'll fix the problems. And we'll see if they can do it.
Well, you know, and last year, right, what's the problem? Passing. And everybody was wondering, well, is that a shot at Jalen? Is that a shot at who? This year he didn't come out with a one-word answer. He gave a long expository. And do you think he was looking back to last year or more towards 2023 when that team kind of just fell apart and you know, they just let that season kind of roll down the mountainside?
No, I think this is, you know, I kind of, you know, pre and post Saquon, I kind of look at it because they shifted dramatically week 5 last season. So I don't look at 2023 or 2022. I think they went about it differently. I don't think that's as relevant. So I sort of look from week 5 last year forward when they decided to lean on the offensive line and Saquon as sort of what's going on in this incarnation of the Eagles. And, you know, their philosophy has been, if we don't turn the football over, basically, they're going to win football games, and they've been proven correct, by and large. But at times it's ugly, and it's been ugly, and I imagine you're going to have. Oh, but I am kind of amused that, you know, last week was the outlier from, and it's not even last week, it's Monday night, was the outlier scoring 10 points. I mean, they've been able to score points. They scored, you know, sometimes it's with the help of special teams and you know, the block kick in Los Angeles against Los Angeles. But they scored over 30 points. They've scored 38 against the Giants. They've scored in the 20s. They've scored, you know, they've scored.
Yeah.
So last Monday night was the outlier, and everyone assumes, well, it's got to get better than Monday night. Well, of course. Why wouldn't you assume it gets better than Monday night? I mean, they've already scored points, even though it looks ugly at times. And the personality of the game, because Detroit's going to score some points, will take care of that. And we'll see. But right now, it's an ugly offense, and people want not only they want foul points, and I don't think that's ever going away.
We're talking with John McMullen from Birds 365, Sports Illustrated, Eagles and the Lions. And I have brought it up, you know, that 49er game from a couple of years ago. You were 10-1. That Niner team, they had that game circled. The Lions have said this game is circled. They thought that they should have been in the Super Bowl last year. Injuries derailed them. I think this is a game they want to prove a point. I don't know that the Eagles season, my point isn't more, because their defense that year stunk, but my point isn't more that I think the season would just fall apart. But if they got beat up in this game, do you think that some of the divisions and some of the stuff that's happened, I don't want to say division like it's a problem, but would it be magnified more if at the end of the night you're like, man, they just came in here and waxed us. We have more problems, and I've been telling you we have problems, and no one, like, do you think that is a possibility?
Well, I don't think the San Francisco example is a possibility. They could lose the game, but again, to the point of the issue that year was a defense that was arguably the worst in football by the end of the season, and that's just not going to happen this year. So I don't think you have the opportunity for that catastrophic collapse. Now, from an offensive perspective, could it highlight some of the issues? Yes. And maybe at some point they have to tap out of this mentality that we're going to figure out the running game and go into a more, all right, we're not going to be able to run the football for whatever reason, whatever you want to blame. So we're going to have to take a few more risks and get the passing game going. I could see that happening. And probably the only way that happens, to be honest, is that type of performance where you get just completely blown out.
Right.
But I don't think that's coming. I don't think that's coming. I mean, one thing, again, the amazing Week 11, look at Detroit's injury report. They're banged up all over the place again. And maybe part of that is, I'm not Detroit, I don't know, but this is, you know, the rare team that might come in and out-physical the Eagles because they play so physically.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the reason they're banged up all the time. I don't know, but, you know, there's a good chance. Sam Laporta hasn't practiced all week. I haven't seen Detroit's info today, so maybe you have it.
Not out yet.
He hasn't practiced all week. And if he doesn't play, that's a big deal. You know, their backup tight end is Brock Wright. He's more of a blocker. Sam Laporta is one of the, you know, he's their They got two guys on third and fourth down, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Sam Laporta, that dominate. And if they don't have him, they're a completely different team.
Let me.
So I don't see that blowout coming.
I don't either. I'm just, in the fact that if it happened, if you look at that and say if the offense struggled again, could that be the type of game similar to the San Francisco game that had them questioning themselves and the offense mostly? If you see that game, now I get it. The Eagles' defense, you feel like could not have a game where they give up 35 or 40 points. They haven't yet. I would imagine somewhere across the season that happens to every team. You just have that day where you just have a bad day. That being said, what unit of Detroit worries you against this defense more? Their passing game, because you got Amon-Ra St. Brown, you got Jamison Williams, you talked about Laporte if he doesn't play, but those two guys are pretty darn good matching up with your secondary. Or what about, now I'm told they're called Sonic and Knuckles, the two running backs there.
Yes, I love that nickname.
I haven't heard that one before. That's good. But is it their run game that would worry you more, or is it the pass game that you don't like the matchup more?
Well, it's a player, and it's Gibbs. It's Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he's the toughest matchup of an individual player in the NFL for anybody. I mean, he is just a dynamic player. And if he gets into space, Katie bar the door. I mean, he is just a phenomenal player.
Yeah.
Great receiver, great running back. We looked at Christian McCaffrey a couple of years ago when he was still healthy and his high octane. He's like that, but with more explosiveness. Now, he's not quite the receiver Christian was at that point, but he's a good receiver. And if he catches the ball in speed, he does everything. He's impossible to cover on those angle routes coming out of the backfield. He is just the most difficult matchup in the NFL as a skill position player. So I think it's about the player. I think it's about him specifically. But then if you take it a step further, without Laporta, it definitely becomes the rushing attack because they can beat you both ways. The beauty of that Sonic and Knuckles is, you got the explosive guy, and the curveball is maybe the most physical runner in the NFL.
Right.
They can punch you in the face, and they can just beat you athletic.
And this, John, this is where I wanted to kind of follow up and add is their offensive line is really good still. I mean, when they lost Ragnow, some people worried about their line, but their line is still good. And you wonder if you can get the pressure necessary to cover up your deficiency in the secondary if they decide, hey, I see Amon-Ra St. Brown lined up on Adoree Jackson, and I'm going to go there. Or even Jamison Williams, because I like the way they've been – Jamison's on my fantasy team, so I watch a lot of him. He's up and down and all around, but I like when they decide to use him, how they use him at times.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons Dan Campbell took over play calling, because he wasn't happy about how, Minnesota forced them to keep Gibbs in as a blocker. That's number one a couple of weeks ago. And number two, he wasn't happy with how they were using Jamison Williams. So I think they have a better sort of feel for how to use them with Dan, but we'll see how that shakes out. I think it's easier without Laporta, because that dude is just another guy. He's just a tough matchup, and it's been back-to-back weeks where you said, Tucker Kraft is doing the same thing for Green Bay, and the Eagles get the break, and now they might get the break with Laporta. And then that makes it easier to deal with those two guys. Yeah. So I'd be more concerned with the rushing attack this week and Gibbs in the passing game as well. Well, you mentioned, I was surprised because Vic called them the best offensive line in football. I was surprised by that. They're not as good as they were when Ragnow was there. Now, Penei Sewell's amazing, He's one of the best players in football, regardless of position. But that interior, and that's one of the biggest upsets in the NFL a couple weeks ago. At home, they lose to Minnesota, who has got an awful quarterback play, and they beat Detroit at home. And the reason they beat Detroit at home is Flores came up with the idea of, these cross-dog blitzes on the interior to keep Gibbs in as a blocker. He's not a very good pass protector. That's the one thing he can't do. And when you do that, he can't impact you as a receiver. He can't get out of the backfield. So that's what Campbell was upset about. Now, the problem is the Eagles don't blitz a lot, and they're not going to blitz. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle it.
I agree.
But I do think Vic will blitz a little bit more, especially if they get in a red zone, than he normally does because of what he saw a couple weeks ago. Because that's a good idea to keep Gibbs out of killing you out of the backfield.
All right, so real quick, John McMullen's with us here. If the Eagles' offense struggles against this secondary, would that be a major problem? Like, if they can't throw the ball this week, isn't that a problem? Or not that simple?
I mean, it's funny. Terry Arnold might not play, but, he's not been good since he's been drafted. So I'm not sure that's even that big of a deal. But they have been playing without Kirby Joseph, who's one of the better safeties in the NFL. He's been out for a while. He'll continue to be out. So it's not as good as it could be. But it's not the Eagles' philosophy to throw the football all over the lot. People can accept that and not accept it. That's fine. They're not going to be a volume throwing team. They're not.
But they can when they feel like it, or they can if they want to. Right? Is that what you all wanted to see?
Yeah, I've seen no evidence of that. I think people think that. I've seen no evidence.
Does Nick think that?
No, absolutely not.
Well, you
think about it. You think about the Minnesota game from the standpoint of the Eagles. The Eagles destroyed the Vikings. Jalen Hurts had a 158.3 passer rating. AJ had the 4 catches for 120. They threw the ball 23 times. Like, it's almost an optical illusion. People talk about the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Washington and the NFC Championship. Well, Saquon got it going with the running game. And if you look at the numbers, people think, because they scored so many points, they had a good day passing the football by their standards, but it wasn't this crazy. Same thing in the Super Bowl. It was the defense. They didn't pass the 50-yard line for 8 consecutive drives, Kansas City. And then when the game was in hand, you get the Devontae dagger. Like I said, it's almost an optical illusion. This idea that this is a high-flying passing offense, or can be when they want to be, it's not based in any evidence whatsoever. It's just based in people's feelings.
Yeah, I would. I'll get out. We'll get out on this on the game in terms of some of the things. We talk a lot about them being so risk adverse, and maybe that's why they don't try to do things. These are the two teams that go for it on 4th down more than anything. So it could come down to a wonky decision in this game that could be a big difference.
Well, yeah, Detroit has taken it to another level. When it passes a certain, and really it's probably minus 40 plus, and not even plus 40, minus 40. So at their own 40-yard line, if it's 4th and 4 or under, they're going, period. End of sentence. With the exception of if they're winning 40-20, they might just run out the clock. But, that's part of the difficulty of playing the Detroit Lions because, you put tremendous stress on opposing defenses by saying, all right, you don't got to stop us in 3 plays. You got to stop us in 4 plays. And then they have St. Brown and Williams and Gibbs and Montgomery and usually Laporta. You got to stop those guys from going 10 yards in 4 plays. It's really difficult.
Really tough.
So it becomes a math equation with them.
They go for it 32%
luckily,
of the time on 4th down. That's the best in the league since 2021, and Philadelphia is 5th highest in the NFL. 32% of the time Detroit goes on 4th down. Philadelphia goes for it 25% of the time on 4th down.
Yeah, and usually that's a big advantage for the Eagles because the Eagles are super aggressive. If you go all the way back to, that was a big part of them getting their first Super Bowl because they were ahead of the curve in 2017. Other teams have caught up. Detroit has passed them by the most aggressive team.
A large margin. Real quick, John, Detroit, where are they in your NFC pantheon?
Well, I think there's 4 legitimate contenders. I think it's the Eagles, the Lions, the Seahawks, and the Rams right now. A lot of football to be played, but I think those are the 4 legitimate Super Bowl contenders. You can put them in any order you want. But the Lions aren't what they were last season. They're not playing at that level. They've had a number of bad games. We talked about one of them. So they've had these hiccups. Campbell changes play callers and takes it himself. That's not a good sign. The injuries keep piling up. Again, maybe it's the style he runs because guess what? The Eagles have been on this tremendous run of non-injuries.
Yep.
And they're the far healthier team. I joked, the Eagles are 7-2. When it comes to injuries and injury reports, they're 9-0, and it'll be 10-0 in this game. They're the healthier team, and that might be the difference. They've won 13 of 14 at Lincoln Financial Field. Nick Sirianni's never lost a game to an NFC North team. 10-0.
All right, John McMullen, Birds 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. Joined us here as we do on Fridays to take a look at the big matchup. Eagles-Lions. You can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. John, thanks, buddy.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, there's John. And, of course, he'll be back next week as we break down the matchups and the games. Sal Paolantonio tonight at 5 o'clock here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. But when we come back, Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike joins us. And don't forget, listen for that cue to call. Joey Inventner was the latest qualifier, and he is in for this year's 99 Bottles Party. When we return, Evan Cohen from Unsportsmanlike joins the Sports Bash.
You know what Jared Goff's going to do on Sunday night with all of the amazing weapons that he has, from Jameson Williams to Amon-Ra St. Brown to Jahmyr Gibbs to Laporta? Hit whoever's open. A.J. Brown forces Jalen Hurts to hit him. I don't believe that's how an offense should run. I believe that you should hit who's open based on what the defense gives you, not based on I have to look for 11. And not that 11's not unbelievable. So maybe you could say, good, he should be forcing the ball to A.J. Brown. I just don't know that that's how you should operate. And that's what I would be nervous about, is that am I going to see Jalen Hurts, who's risk-averse, force the ball?
That was Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike. Evan, Michelle, and Canty. The Eagles have been a topic of conversation this week. Let's talk about them. There's Evan Cohen. He joins us right now on the Sports Bash. Sorry, during this commercial break, I'm canceling my FUBU 5-day trial because I don't need FUBU right now because Monday Night Football, the Eagles don't play for a couple more weeks. But I'm not happy with all that going on. So I almost got distracted that your segment was coming up right now. We talked a lot about this guy, A.J. Brown. How important is he to make this Eagle offense go, Evan Cohen?
Well, Mike, let's first start out with, I'm pretty sure you didn't cancel FUBU, because that would be For Us, By Us, which would be the Damon John Apparel Company back in the day.
FUBU.
I actually would like to see you wear FUBU, as a matter of fact. That would be great. That you
in my younger days, man, maybe. I don't know.
I did have a sweatshirt that somebody gave me, FUBU, that I did rock for a little bit. Anyway, I digress. So, yeah, A.J. Brown has been a huge topic of conversation. You want me to start with a conspiracy theory right now, or do you want to just have a real conversation first? It's up to you.
Well,
I mean, your show.
I did hear the conspiracy theory this morning, but for the people who were not awake, I was going to ask you about that. But you also, that bite that we played leading into this segment here is you were suggesting, look, you can't force feed him the ball. And it's almost like people say, how do you only give the guy 2 targets, 3 targets? Like, maybe not force feed him the ball, but is it a crying shame that A.J. Brown, a player of his magnitude, ends up a day with 3 targets?
Not if you win. Not when you have Jalen Hurts as your quarterback. Not when you have Saquon Barkley as your running back. Not when you have DeVonta Smith as the other wide receiver or Dallas Goedert in the mix. Here's the thing. I think that we have to be real about everyone at everything in life. If people are going to be real, most people, 99% of people in the world, want to win, and they want to win their way. Whatever their way is. You want to win on the Mike Gill show your way, the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, you want to win your way. Yes, you want to win, but your way is the best way of winning. All of the great people in AC and South Jersey listening right now want to win at their profession, but they really want to win their way. And so what we've learned about A.J. Brown is he really wants to win his way. And winning another way is not satisfactory to him. And we sit here as fans and media members, and it's hard for us to understand. I don't particularly understand how he feels this way. And I'm not him, so I don't get it. And he wants to win his way. But they want a Super Bowl this way. They're winning games, the number 1 seed in the NFC this way. And I truly believe what A.J. Brown has done, if it's real here, is set them up to be at a disadvantage, because I think that he's now not in the Lions' heads, he's in Jalen Hurts' head a little bit.
Does he not see, we had Britton Covey on at the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. He's, a low-level player on the Eagles. But he did say, hey, in 2022, we went to the World Series, to the Super Bowl. And then the next year, teams kind of figured us out a little bit. And by the end of the year, we went on this horrible losing streak. Is A.J. Brown trying to get out in front of something? Does he say, hey, I don't want something bad to happen, and I've seen it happen before, and if I don't say something, we could go down that road again?
Okay, so let's acknowledge the fact that A.J. Brown is clearly a smart player and a smart guy. Is he smarter than the coach and the general manager and the quarterback? Because what you're saying is, yes, he is. He's smarter than all of them, which maybe you're right, Mike. Maybe he is. And maybe he's saying to them, basically, he's the weatherman, and he sees the storm en route, and he's forecasting a major storm. And right now it's sunny skies, but a storm's coming. And he's telling you that, and you're leaving the house without the umbrella, and he's telling you to bring the umbrella. But
you remember last year when they asked him, what's wrong with the offense? And he simply said, passing. And that started a firestorm. And then the very next week, it was Jalen Hurts saying, is that what you all wanted to see? They threw the ball all over the yard.
Right. And so they ultimately won the Super Bowl, and they won the Super Bowl in my mind with Jalen Hurts is the best player on the offense and Saquon Barkley is the most important player on the offense, or vice versa, however you want to look at it, right? One's the best, one's the most, whatever it is. Jalen Hurts, to me, if I'm starting a team from scratch off the Philadelphia Eagles, he's my first pick. Not Jalen Carter, not Saquon, and not A.J. Brown. It's Jalen Hurts. That's where I start. So whatever he's most comfortable with, and he's risk-averse, as we know. Dan Orlovsky said that on our show, ESPN NFL analyst, former quarterback this week, that he's very risk-averse, and I'm cool with that because that's my quarterback if I'm the Eagles. I want my quarterback to be somewhat risk-averse if I have weapons and protection and a great defense around him. I just think A.J. Brown is asking them to do something that he thinks is going to go wrong before it has actually truly gone wrong. And I understand that that is the mark of a smart leader in general, is like seeing the future. But he's not the quarterback nor the coach, so I'm a little confused about the place in all of this when the quarterback nor the coach, not the quarterback nor the coach, are telling you to do this.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is always never a dull moment around here, but could it be a conspiracy theory? Evan Cohen on Sportsmanlike's our guest here. You can listen to on Sportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6 a.m., and you brought up a conspiracy theorist that maybe player, coach, GM, maybe they're all in on it.
Okay, so Mike, what happened today, and I want the audience to understand this because I have been fortunate enough to come on with you a million times, and I'm always honest, and I'm going to be really honest about this. This is not something I thought of prior. This is literally something I thought of in the moment. I wish I would have thought of it prior. And, of course, on the YouTube stream, for those watching, Mike has to put up Cohen's conspiracy. Well done by you.
Hey, I'm not in control, man. That's Tyrell backstage. He's producing producing the YouTube today.
Good job by him. So here's what it is. Let me do it as a question to Mike Gill. Is there any chance after the first time this happened, when I do believe it was real, that Howie Roseman and company cooked something up a little bit? And they said, if you do this again, inevitably what's going to happen is everyone thinks we're going to force you the ball. So they're going to overload you, and everything else is going to be wide open. And let's save it for when we're playing against a big-time team like the Lions.
That's a big-time conspiracy theory to get him on board with that. Now, he's already got his money. He's signed to a contract. It's not like he's trying to get that free agent money. And he would be kind of the guy that it would almost work with. Why? Based on what he said last year. Hey, I don't get fulfillment out of winning the Super Bowl. I thought it would be bigger than this. What do you get fulfillment out of? We don't even know the answer to that question. So is he in on the whole conspiracy? Now he feels like he's in on the in crowd.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what's happening. What I'm asking you, because you know it way better than I do, could that be what's happening?
No. I don't think so. I mean, that's way outside the box. Although in the world we're living in today and everything that you hear day to day to day, you're almost like, well, that happened. Guys throwing first pitches in the dirt on purpose. Oh, okay, we moved on to the next thing. Oh, this guy missing shots on purpose. Oh, okay. I blame Sam Hinkie, by the way. We have become so numb to basketball teams losing on purpose and cheering for our teams to lose on purpose that we now don't really care that teams or players or whatever might lose on purpose. We're actually on board with it.
Right, but I'm not saying to do that. What I'm saying is,
I got you.
Let's be real about what I think is going to happen on Sunday night and what I think is the wrong thing. And that is Jalen Hurts, as you played in the audio clip from Unsportsmanlike this morning, that Jalen Hurts is going to overcompensate and look for 11 before he looks for anybody else. The beauty of Jalen Hurts, for the most part, is usually he'll take whatever's open, and if not, throw it away, tuck it, or run it.
Right.
And that you're going to end every drive with a kick, meaning a punt, a field goal, or an extra point. And that you're not going to end it on a turnover on downs. You're not going to end it on an interception or a fumble, and he's not going to force the football. And what I get nervous about is now, as a team, they are more so worried about satisfying one individual than winning games. And maybe the one individual is right. Maybe this offense catches up to him. I get the sense, correct me if I'm wrong, that you think A.J. Brown is very right about this, but maybe you don't like the fact that he's doing it publicly. Am I right on that?
Yeah, that's been the sentiment of most Eagles fans, I think, is that they do kind of because of what happened in that game a couple of years ago. They got waxed by San Fran, and that season fell apart. And then last year it was, hey, what's wrong with the team? Oh, passing. And then it kind of got on short. The big thing with this team that's different is that defense in 2023 was awful. They fired the coordinator, and then it just fell apart. Last year, they could run the ball. They can't run the ball right now. They just can't run the ball, and that has been a big problem for this particular team, I think, and it hasn't allowed A.J. to kind of be a bigger – he only has 400 yards receiving. A.J. Brown has 400 yards receiving. We're almost at Thanksgiving, Evan. I mean, it's crazy. It's criminal to think that. So I think most people are on board with what he's saying. They just – and they don't like him going on Twitch and – people don't like to hear your social media beefs. That kind of stuff, I think, bothers people, right?
But what's interesting? So this year, A.J. Brown has been targeted 8 or more times in 5 games, okay? Do you know what their record is in those games that he's been targeted 8 or more times?
They win when –
3-2.
Yeah.
That's it. 3-2. 3-2.
Their risk aversion has led them to the success that they have, right? I mean, that's you mentioned what Dan said. We talk about it a lot. They don't turn the ball over, and that's why they win.
But, Mike, their record is what, 7-2?
7-2, yep.
They're 5-0 in games they don't target him 8 or more times. How do you explain that?
I don't have that explanation. Maybe the conspiracy theory is accurate. Maybe that is.
That's not even where I was going on that. But I appreciate you resetting that for me. But that's not where I was going. I was more so saying, it's working now the way that they're operating.
Yeah. Well, that has been the story of the Eagles is they keep winning. So let's just don't question them, right? And I think AJ has been don't question until it's time to question. Well, I'm trying to get out in front of the questions. And this is where you have this weird dynamic. If they keep winning, that 2023 season is fresh in a lot of people's mind. They were 10-1, and then they weren't, and it got bad fast. And I think that's part of this whole dynamic that maybe on the national level doesn't ring as much.
We focus on what happened last year, not 2 years ago, more so, right?
And people here focus on 2 years ago. Now, there are some that say, they're past that. Their defense is so much better. And I think those people are right. But there is that portion that think they were 10-1 and then they weren't. And it was ugly. And that season ended ugly. And there's a divide. And that's what makes sports so great, right?
So one of the interesting things that you're bringing up here is that in essence, A.J. Brown is saying, and some of the fans are saying, it's working until it doesn't. That they're winning games in spite of the passing game. Well, wait till they lose games because of the passing game, right? And I'll never forget this. Charlie Sheen, what a comparison I'm about to make. Charlie Sheen was once on a television show with Michael Kay from ESPN New York, who on the Yes Network. He had Center Stage is the name of the show. And Charlie Sheen said to Michael Kay, you ever hear the saying, you fail and that's why you succeed? And Michael's like, yeah, sure. And he said that in response to Michael asking the question, how come so many child actors later in life have trouble? And Charlie Sheen says, well, what if you never fail? And why I bring that, and he was saying he didn't understand how to fail and thus succeed, that his failures later in life were so glaring because he never failed early in life like the rest of us. And the reason I bring that up is we're taking this approach of, well, ultimately you fail and that's why you succeed. What if they never fail?
What if they don't fail? Right. Well, I'll tell you what.
If they never fail? Then the hit will be much harder, much longer, and deeper into next year, the year after, etc.
Well, and AJ even said it though, Evan. He said that was last year. We won our ring. Great. And it's like, when is the failure line? Where's that line of demarcation where after this line that counts as a failure, as opposed to no, all of this time you have succeeded and you succeeded and succeeded? Where is that line of demarcation?
Well, I don't know that. And I guess, okay, can I run through a series of questions for you on this? Because I'm fascinated how you're going to look at this. If I said to you right now, based on what A.J. Brown has told us, he's going to have 10 catches and 100 yards and a touchdown in every game the rest of this season. At least that. That's the floor. 10, 100 touchdown. and they're going to lose in the first round, or
Nobody wants that.
well, A.J. Brown is one of two choices: 10-100 touchdown, first playoff game loss, whether it's the 1 seed or whatever it is in the bye after the bye, or 39 no touchdown, win the Super Bowl. Which one is he signing up for?
Him? Tough question, because he wasn't fulfilled by winning the Super Bowl. And part of his mindset is he wants to contribute to the team winning the Super Bowl, not essentially be on the sideline waving the towel.
So this is where, and I'm a Nick Sirianni fan now, but this is where coaching has to come in.
Yep.
You did contribute. By you being you and everyone being aware of you, that is a major, major contribution.
Yeah, which is we had talked about Britton Covey was on at the Super Bowl with us a couple of years ago, and we brought that audio back because he talked about that's what Sirianni's so great at, is that he keeps all those things together. He's a motivator. He talked about that. He also talked about that winning kind of masks your problems, and that they think all the winning that they have done sometimes does mask some of their deficiencies. Actually, do you have that bite? That was a very good bite that he used, because here's what he said when things are going well. This was Britton Covey, the Eagles punt returner.
When everything's going well, it doesn't just, solve problems. It kind of masks problems at times, right? And you got to learn how to not let that happen. I actually think Coach Sirianni does a really good job of that in wins, being like, hey, yeah, we won, but look at this. This is what we got to fix.
It doesn't solve problem. It masks problems sometimes. And that's like all tied into, I think, what AJ's trying to – that's the message he's trying to get out there, right?
But I don't think his lack of receptions are a problem.
I agree.
Right? So
I agree. I agree with that. It's just frustrating. Do you want to do the unsportsmanlike moment of the day? We were going to do it on the other side, but do you want to stick around for it? All right. This is the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Centers. Whitehorse RV Center savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. All right, here is today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day.
Rocky IV is amazing. The scene where he's in the car driving after Apollo Creed dies, and he's so upset, obviously.
Spoiler alert.
I need to put a spoiler alert on that.
I've never seen it.
2025.
I never saw it.
Michael B. Jordan did 3 movies as his son living after the dad died.
Guess I don't need to watch it now.
The movie's 40 years old, Smalls.
For some of us, it's brand new.
So she is trying to tell you that you need a spoiler alert on a movie that is that old. The unsportsmanlike moment, I am off on Michelle there. She is wrong about this one. There is a line of demarcation there. It is the year after the movie is out. That line ended 25 years ago.
40
years ago. I took a guess at when that movie came out, and I was way off.
40.
Yes.
Mike, that's the crazy part. Let me just make sure I double-check this here. Rocky IV came out in 1985.
1985, 40 years ago. I think you are well within your right. So today's unsportsmanlike moment, I have to side with you on this one. She is way off base. The fact that the movie was, I said 25, 40 years ago, you are well within your rights to announce that Apollo Creed died in that movie.
So what is you said 1 year after. So if a movie came out in 23, we're good to go. And in a month and a half, if a movie came out in 24, we're good to go? Or how do you look? So explain that to me. Your rules on that.
No, I mean, if the movie came, okay, so if the movie came, see, it's so hard now because no one goes to the theater anymore. You don't know when people see the movie. I would think, I don't even know when movies get released, how they get released. But if that movie is out in the calendar year, it's fair game. So if it came out in this calendar, I should say, if the movie came out in the previous calendar year, yes, it is now fair game. The next year, that expiration date, Doug is saying everything has an expiration date, milk and movies. Yeah, about the time of milk. You get about 3 weeks on the movie, and then you can tell everybody what happened.
And what about TV shows? Like if I were to bring up Breaking Bad right now in terms of how it ends.
Well within your right.
2013, I want to say, was the final episode, if I'm not mistaken. So, okay, so it's basically if it's the next calendar year, you're good to go.
I would think. TV shows are hard, too, because now everything's streamed.
So, like, okay, how about
I
this?
watched Breaking Bad like 3 years after it started. But I think if somebody told me what happened in the show, they're well within their right.
I don't want to promote things that aren't within your realm. Do you work with any video streaming partners right now? Okay, so the answer is no based on the look you're giving. I can bring up anything.
You mean like a streamer like Netflix or Amazon?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I am not compensated by them.
Okay. So
I am really mad at YouTube TV right now.
Well, I'll stay out of that one. So my point is, if there's a show on Netflix or Prime or any of them,
yeah,
you're right. A lot of times, like, okay, Paramount Plus, I haven't seen Landman. I haven't seen.
Never heard of it.
Oh, really? That's like a big one now. It's all these.
I don't
shows.
have Paramount Plus.
Okay, so the point is, in 3 years, if you get Paramount Plus and you're stumbling along and you're like, oh, there's a Landman show, like I'm into this. Like somebody's, I think you'd be annoyed. Imagine somebody calls your show and tells you what happened or works it into conversation knowing you're watching it, thinking you were referencing back to 5 years ago when you watched. That's what's tricky. I think we have to make the rule. It's if a movie came out in a theater back pre-streaming, it's totally fair game.
Listen, if a TV show came out 3 years ago, you are well within your rights to ruin it for me. No. I made the choice.
No,
I have made the choice. I've made the choice to have not gone out of my way to watch that show. If you said, hey, you really want to go see Breaking Bad, what an unbelievable ending. I can't believe this happened. I didn't see it. It's out of the realm.
See, now we're in the gray area. Now I'm not sure. I don't know what the fans of the show think on that one. See, because I think that's a different one. I think during the, let's call it pre-2010. I don't know. 2000. When did streaming really come into prominence? After that, 15 to 20. So let's say pre-2015. You can bring up anything you want. If it's after 2015 from a TV show streaming perspective, I do feel like there's a little bit of a gray area on that one.
We're going to have to figure this out another time because I'm getting yelled at. I've blown through breaks. I went to 2 segments. It was fun, though.
Well, I had fun. Sorry.
I'll think about it, and then I'll give you my official answer to the line of demarcation.
All right. Sounds good.
Thanks. Evan Cohen, everybody. That's Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day. It was live today. He was live. The actual Unsportsmanlike Moment was live with Evan Cohen. It's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Centers. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, more Sports Bash coming up. Football at 4 is on the way. Stick around. Adam Kaplan is in the house. But first, I need caller 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are qualified for this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate. Yes, you have a chance to win some great prizes. Tickets to see the Eagles and Commanders club box seats at Lincoln Financial Field. Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, show tickets. Got great concert tickets. Journey at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Jack Johnson's playing at the Mann Music Center in Philadelphia. One of my favorite bands, OAR, is performing. We got those tickets and more. You must be present to win the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, November the 26th, at Maynard's, 9306 Amherst Avenue, Margate. Good luck. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. That place is going to be jumping this weekend. Sunday Night Football, Eagles, and the Lions. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast is here, and he is set to bring us a Friday edition of Football at 4. And, of course, the two teams, one team banged up. I mean, I got the injury report for the Lions in front of me. They almost need a second page, Adam, with all the guys that they got. Terrion Arnold is out. Sam Laporta is out. Kirby Joseph is out. Those are three key guys. They got a bunch of guys questionable as well. So we'll start both of these teams on two different paths in terms of the injuries.
Yeah, they actually have a lot more players out than that, Mike. So you got to look at their entire roster. So Christian Mahogany went on IR. He was one of their starting guards from Boston College. He went on IR last week with a knee injury. You're not going to believe this one. You'll never believe who's starting for him. A former Eagle. You probably won't get it. Coyote Iwashika, who was a practice squad player.
I do remember him now that you say it, the offensive lineman, yeah.
Yep. He starts for him. Laporta's out. Brock Wright is their wide tight end. Will start for him. Journeyman Ross Dwelly, former Niner and Falcon tight end, will back him up. Marcus Davenport, they're hopeful. The off-injured Marcus Davenport has a chance to play. Terrion Arnold has been a disappointment. He's out with a concussion. And you know who's going to start? A little bit of a local flavor here, Mike. When you look at the Lions here at the cornerback position, it's going to be none other than former Temple Star corner Rock Yassin will start for him. And depending on whether Amik Robertson, who would have been their nickel this season, he's playing on the outside. He got hurt in yesterday's practice. They don't know if he's going to be able to play. Limited today, he'll be a game day decision. If he can play, journeyman Arthur Millette will start for him. Kirby Joseph is out again, one of the top 3 or 4 safeties of the National Football League. Thomas Harper, they claimed off waivers in August. He'll start again for Joseph. Mike, it's just remarkable how beat up this football team is now. On offense, Laporta's a big one, Mike. I mean, let's call it what it is. Not having Laporta, he's really athletic, great seam catcher, and it's a shame. Now, I'll say this though: the weather is going to be windy Sunday night. The gusts throughout the game are going to be 25 to 35 miles an hour. So when it's not gusty, maybe they'll throw it. But, Mike, watch the wind if you're going to the Link on Sunday night.
Well, and you know, we'll talk about the Eagles' side of the ball in just a second here, but they are really banged up. But yet here they are 6-3. They have somehow persevered with all the injuries, and that is kind of the mentality that this team has. And we know that their mentality is, Adam, they've had this game circled. This is a game that they have looked at really since they got knocked out by Washington last year.
Yeah, and the craziness is of last week's game for the Lions meant nothing in terms of rivalry because Washington was so beat up, having 8 starters out. I mean, it just didn't really matter. But you have this game that it's circled because they know the Eagles are the defending champions.
Yeah.
So, and they've struggled mightily in Philly for many years. So yeah, this is a big game. Look, Dan Campbell talked about it, and by the way, he was someone who voted or he pushed. He made sure the Lions did not vote against the push play, Eagles push play. So he actually his quotes are really interesting. He feels like you can't start legislating everything. If it's in there, leave it in there. So I wonder because the Packers actually hate the play, but the Lions, Mike, they're for it. It's interesting.
All right, let's look at the Eagles side of things. Cam Jurgens is the only big name that you're kind of wondering about. The Eagles are pretty healthy entering this game here.
Yeah, now, Jurgens worked today. We don't know how much he did. Usually, Mike, going back like 4 or 5 years, you and I usually get the injury report right at 4 o'clock. Lions released theirs, Eagles have not. The only player we were concerned about in terms of starting was Cam Jurgens. Of course, Brett Toth would start for him. Ask Greg Cosell on our show this week, Inside the Tape. He said it wasn't noticeable like it was when he played great against the Giants. So nothing bad, nothing good. It wasn't noticeable. Where previously, look, when Brett Toth didn't play well, we all could see it. We didn't need the All-22. So that's something to watch. But I'd be slightly surprised if Jurgens doesn't play, but we don't know yet. So we'll see what happens. But the good thing for the Eagles is, Mike, Ja'Cory Bennett, they have till 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow to put him on the roster, to actually activate him for the game. In terms of making a decision, he's on the roster. It's just a matter of they'll in their final in their what they do, Mike, tonight is they'll decide whether he's going to be up or not for the game tomorrow. Game on Sunday night. But all the roster moves have to be done. He's on the roster. Any roster move has got to be done by 4 p.m. Eastern, and that would include anyone who's really elevated at this point. Because Darius Cooper, he injured his shoulder last week. He came back in the game. Dickerson looked good in yesterday's practice. He should be good to go. Lane Johnson took all his reps yesterday, Mike. The big one is Willie Lampkin. That's the one I was thinking of, Mike, not Ja'Cory Bennett. So they would have Willie Lampkin is on injured reserve. They would have till 4 p.m. Eastern to activate him for the game. I'd be surprised if he plays this season. He's more of a developmental player at this point for the future. They've got 3 years left on his contract. We'll see what happens. Nolan Smith, Mike, got through practice this week. Tyler Steen told the media he's good to go. So we're just waiting right now on Cam Jurgens. We'll see what happens. But the Eagles feel a lot more confident on Brett Tooth than they did like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Let's face it.
Yeah, and obviously this is a big game for both these teams. We talked about it earlier, Adam. 47% if Philly wins for them to get the number 1 seed in the NFC. For Detroit with a win, they would give them a 20% chance to be the number 1 seed here. But health certainly matters here. But we know that Philadelphia on the defensive side of the ball, you mentioned Ja'Cory and Bennett, Adoree Jackson, Kaylee Ringo. That'll be something to kind of keep an eye on because I thought Vic Fangio had an interesting little segment on yesterday when he answered the question of Cooper DeJean. He said, well, if somebody doesn't play well enough, it almost sounds like he's willing to open the door a little bit to move him out there. I don't think we'll see it. I don't think we'll see it tomorrow night, Sunday night, though.
Right. No, but he's definitely open to it. Why? Because they're trying to win. I mean, they're just, and I get the question about future and next year. Coaches could care less about next year. They're only going to talk about or think about trying to win a Super Bowl here, which the Eagles are certainly in line to do. Again, they could do it. They could stay healthy. And DeJean has always been that guy that was in the back of Vic's mind. He'd rather not do it. Ja'Cory Bennett is now on the roster. They'll make that decision whether he plays or not, or dresses or not. I know the inactives come Sunday, but they have the personnel meetings usually after Friday's practice, and they decide fully after the walkthrough tomorrow. So Bennett's healthy, Mike. This is 3 weeks now he's practice plus the bye week, Mike. He should be able to play on Sunday. Why not have him active? Look, the fact is they do not want to play Ringo. I mean, we all know this. It's not a secret. We've told people for 3 years he's a number 4 corner. That's proven to be correct.
Right.
He's an excellent special teams player, and he has value, but he's just not a starting corner. They know that. They've tried it repeatedly. He's been beaten out every time. So he's relegated to special teams. He had to play 4 snaps on defense last week due to Quinyon Mitchell leaving briefly. By the way, Quinyon Mitchell is not listed on the injury report, which is a good thing. So,
well, listen, he's a huge factor back there. I wanted to get your take on. Obviously, AJ's been a topic of conversation, but can he? Is this just what he is this year? Are we at the point where this just is what he is, or does him kind of saying this make them have to dig a little deeper to find a way to get him involved?
Well, Mike, look, Kevin Patullo, I think, has done an average job at best. The more experienced coordinators, and just talking to coordinators over the years, when they're struggling to get their number 1 guy the ball, it doesn't usually take this long. Last year, A.J. Brown did not have a down year, despite what people have said. In fact, it was totally false. If you look at his averages per game, yards in particular, average per catch. I mean, everything was really good last year. He just missed, I think, 4 games due to injury, due to knee injury. This year's been crazy. I'm stunned like everyone else. To me, a more experienced coordinator would get him the ball much earlier and more consistently. That's, by the way, let's call it like it is. This is Nick Sirianni's scheme. Kevin Patullo has been coaching in it now. This is his 5th year. He should be able to get him the football. This is on Sirianni. It's on Patullo. This is not acceptable. And I can't imagine Jeffrey Lurie, when he looks at how much they're paying A.J. Brown, well over $30 million in cash, I can't imagine he's very happy about it. So this has got to be corrected. And I know that there's going to be when the conditions might not allow it, but if there are times when it's not windy, Mike, on Sunday night, get the guy the football. And the matchups are so good for the Eagles Sunday night against the corners. They didn't do it last week, and we talked about it in our pregame show, which, by the way, will be available to Patreon members. We're gonna put the pregame show up tonight. Myself, Jeff, and Greg Cosell. tomorrow morning the whole country could get it, but I'm telling you, this is a great matchup for the Eagles. If the conditions allow it, you've got to go after those corners.
All right, before we rock and roll here, Adam Kaplan on a Friday edition of Football at 4, the Eagles secondary, if Adore's playing or Ringo's out there for whatever reason, against St. Brown, Jamison Williams. I know they don't have Laporta, that doesn't, but that worry you more, or the Gibbs-Montgomery duo and the run game up against the Eagles, rush defense?
All right, we'll break some news in here. Cam Jurgens has been cleared, so that's great, Mike.
Good stuff.
Cam Jurgens took all his reps today. Let me see. Let me just double check here. I'm trying to go through this as we speak, Mike.
Yep.
Jurgens is not having a game status designation. He took all the reps today. He will start. Unless something happens in pregame, of course. Now, I know he was wearing a brace in practice. Willie Lampkin, by the way, with his knee and ankle, is questionable. He's the only player that has a game status designation. So, get it. What was your question again? I'm sorry. What was it?
You've got the secondary, let's say Adoree or Kaylee or whoever against, or Jacorian, against, against Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams. Does that matchup worry you more? Or the run game of Gibbs and Montgomery up against the Eagles?
Well, they'll have a plan. I mean, one thing we haven't really talked about as much, but you'll see this. So Fangio's done this. A coach that knows Jeff and I told us this, that Vic will, when he thinks there's an explosive running back, within 5 yards, they'll give the guy a shove when he's coming out of the backfield. Like, look for them to get physical if they can with Gibbs. Eagles have the linebackers to do that. Montgomery's not explosive at all. Gibbs is the guy you got to worry about. In the pass game, you got to slow him up a little bit.
Now, did you know that they were called Sonic and Knuckles?
I know, and you know that Montgomery's the power guy. And you know what's really?
I did not know that. I was not aware that was their nickname.
And, talking to Lions about Gibbs, here's something that surprised them when they drafted him. They didn't really realize, they knew how explosive he was. They had no idea how big physically he was. He's really developed. Mm-hmm. He's just a phenomenal football player. And then Jamison Williams, isn't just funny. We talked about this earlier in the week with you, Mike. Dan Campbell takes over the plays. All of a sudden, John Morton couldn't get him the football. Williams goes off, and that would worry me. Look, there's Adoree Jackson has been just average at best, but Jamison Williams is what we call a big 6'1". He looks like he's 6'3", but he's listed as 6'1". He could fly. I'm on Ross St. Brown. They move him everywhere, but they're not going to have Laporta, Mike. Not having to worry about Laporta is a big deal.
All right, well, the injury report, as you just mentioned, yes, it just dropped. The only designation is a questionable one for Lampkin. Everybody else is a full participant for Philadelphia, and that is big news because it is a walking mash unit over at Detroit right now. Are you more interested in Philadelphia 76ers versus Detroit Pistons or Philadelphia Eagles versus Detroit Lions?
Well, I'm glued because I'm a Sixers stan and diehard, but there's so many injuries tonight for both teams. Doran's injury, he's a really underrated player, and obviously Cade Cunningham, and then, of course, EMBIID shocker, and, of course, will Paul George ever play for the Sixers?
That whole story is there. But I'll tell you what, tomorrow I am calling the Blue Coats game, 6 o'clock on Roku. Jared McCain will be playing down there, so I'll get a chance to call his game tomorrow night.
That's very good. Mike, I look forward to it. Is it on radio or just on Roku?
Just on the Roku channel, from my understanding. I'm pretty sure. Last night's game was ESPN Plus. I think Saturday is Roku Network.
And they don't put it on YouTube, huh?
Highlights. The highlights after the game.
All right. Well, here's the thing, Mike. I'll get your highlights. How about that?
Hey, if you want to watch Jared McCain, I watched 3/4 of the game last night on ESPN Plus. But, yes, tomorrow night, for those of you who want to watch Jared McCain, it's on the Roku channel at 6 o'clock. It is the Blue Coats and the Charlotte Swarm is the Charlotte team. All right, Adam Kaplan, everybody, for Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, man. There you go. Adam Kaplan, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. We do it every day, 4 o'clock, your Eagles news right here on the Sports Bash. All right, before we get to today's edition of Knicks Nuggets, let's get into today's edition of the Friday Five here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. For those of you out there, the Friday Five, we do every Friday in the summer. I pick the 5 games that I think are going to be the 5 best games of the week. So what are we in? Week 11 now. So let's go all the way back to the summertime when I picked the Friday 5 games for Week 11. These were the 5 games that I thought would be the best 5 games in Week 11. Josh, you ready for these 5?
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
All right. Tampa, Buffalo. Bears, Minnesota. KC, Denver. Seattle, Rams. And the number 1 game in the summertime was Cincy, Pittsburgh. I don't know that one's making my list this time around.
It could.
You think? It might be on the list. It might not be the best game of the week.
It might not be the best game, but it could make the list just because you might have a better option.
Might not. So those were the Friday 5 from the summertime that we went with. Those were the 5 games this summer that we thought would be the best 5 games of the actual week. Now that we are at Week 11, let's take a look at this week's schedule and find out which 5 games make this week's edition of the actual Friday 5. I think a lot of those games that I just read off, they sound pretty good, actually. The Tampa-Buffalo game, right? That's got to be on there, don't you think?
That's got to be on the list. I mean, you're talking about 2 teams that are in very interesting situations. Both teams really need to win to keep their playoff positioning.
You got, let's see, Kansas City, Denver. That game will be on 97.3 ESPN and Rock 104.1. The game will be on 97.3 up until 7 when the Eagles pregame coverage comes on. After that, you can flip over to Rock 104.1 to pick up the ending of that game. That game's got to be on the list, right?
Absolutely.
Seattle Rams, definitely.
Absolutely. I mean, that game is probably going to determine a bunch of tiebreakers.
Okay. That's 3. Tampa, Buffalo. Kansas City, Denver, Seattle, Rams. I guess Cincy, Minnesota's got to be on that list.
You mean Cincinnati,
Cincinnati. No. Minnesota, Chicago.
Minnesota, Chicago.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, Chicago wins, they're 7-3. If Minnesota wins, I mean, like it or not, they're still hanging around that wild card mix.
Listen, it's one of those deals where if Detroit loses and the Bears win, that NFC North looks very different on Tuesday.
Okay, so which game are you more interested in? Cincy, Pittsburgh. If Cincy wins and Pittsburgh loses and then Baltimore beats Cleveland, that NFC North's upside down.
Upside down all around.
Or Chargers, Jacksonville.
That's a game of desperation for both the Chargers and the Jags if you look at the standings. And remember, the Chargers, they have lost both of their starting tackles, right and left side of the line. And the Jags are a team they're just kind of hanging around.
Yeah, if the Jacksonville Jags win that game, they stay in play for a wild card berth. And if the Chargers win that game, they stay in play for the West title.
Correct.
So which one of those? The Cincinnati-Pittsburgh one is fascinating.
And
they're going to get Burrow back here. They don't even need Burrow back, really. It's not the offense that's been their problem.
Well, Burrow's not back this week.
No, I'm saying they're going to get him back
eventually, yeah.
3 weeks from now.
But the key to me for this game is the fact this is the rematch of a couple weeks ago. So if you go back, here's why I like the game. The storyline of Mike Tomlin was so mad that the Browns and Bengals trade within a division, right? And so then you saw Flacco and Rodgers have that shootout, and the Bengals won that game. And then the Bengals haven't won since. So do the Steelers look at that game as a revenge game here?
Well, I'll tell you that. Yes. This is a good schedule this week. Normally I say bad schedule. You got Carolina, Atlanta. If Carolina wins, they stay in the wild card mix. Houston, Tennessee. Houston needs that win. If they win, they stay in the wild card mix. Green Bay, the Giants. You know, if Green Bay wins, obviously Green Bay needs to win, though. If they lose, they would be on a 3-game skid.
The ultimate wild card. Jameis Winston is playing.
And keep that there, too. Good call. Washington, Miami, no good. That's the Berlin game.
That's the Hawaii Bowl. That's the 2 guys who went to the Hawaii high school, Marcus Mariota and Tua Tagovailoa.
San Francisco, Arizona. San Francisco needs that win. Arizona is pretty much done. Baltimore, Cleveland, by the way. Baltimore wins that game and Pittsburgh loses. Take a look at those standings.
Really quick, no Marvin Harrison Jr., by the way, for that game on Sunday.
All right, that's our Friday 5. Good Friday 5 this week. My 5, Kansas City, Denver, Seattle, Rams, Tampa Bay, Buffalo, Chicago, Minnesota, And I'm going to go Cincinnati-Pittsburgh.
Like it.
All right, that's my 5 this week. The Friday 5 every Friday here on the Sports Bash. It is brought to you by Jersey Cow. It's a year-long thing in Northfield, Absecon, and Brigantine. I actually went to the Absecon one for the first time last weekend.
Nice.
Had never been to the Absecon one. Good spot over there. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cow. When we come back, it's the Friday edition of Knicks Nuggets. And by the way, 40 Kid, is Edgecombe playing tonight for the Sixers? They have not made that decision yet. He is questionable with back spasms. If we get the answer, we'll let you know. Nuggets, next.
Conference. Joel Embiid did not play against Boston, ruled out for tonight's game. Progressive is helping veterans drive their lives forward with its Keys to Progress program online at keystoprogress.com. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. We're about 24 hours away from scattered rain moving in. I want to be very clear. It's wet, not wintry. A few clouds tonight and a chilly low temperature of 37 degrees. Tomorrow becoming mostly cloudy, high 53. Scattered rain showers arrive after sunset tomorrow through Sunday morning. Sunday's high 62, but temperatures fall with a brisk wind Sunday afternoon. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
All right, 432 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, 99 bottles, Maynard's Cafe. We got another qualifier coming up this hour. We'll be there Thanksgiving Eve at Maynard's in Margate for this year's 99 bottles party. And starting at 6, their biggest party of the year. $1 Busch Light cans, $3 T-shots and fireballs, and $5 Sun Cruisers. Who will be our next qualifier? Listen for your cue to call to find out. By the way, big game tomorrow on Rock 104, Notre Dame Pitt. It almost makes me puke to say Pitt, but it's a big game tomorrow. You can listen to the game on Rock 104.1. Right now it's time for Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is host of Nernshaw Radio Monday nights on all his social media platforms. And, of course, the Locker Room weekends right here on 97.3 ESPN. He sits in the producer chair, and his podcast, The Shift, is out on all podcasting platforms. He's a do-it-all. What's up, man?
Yeah, I try to be. We're doing it all today. We got in. We're on the Nuggets. We're back at our normal time. No early Nugget today. 4:30. We're back in our normal time slot. And I got a lot to respond to from earlier. Okay, you had Evan Cohen on. Love Evan Cohen. Always enjoy when he's on. The unsportsmanlike moment of the day I thought was fascinating. And that's where we're going to start the Nuggets today, Mike. I am dead in agreement. I shouldn't say, I was going to say I'm dead wrong, but I think I'm going to be dead right in this case. I'm in total agreement with Evan Cohen in this sense. So pre-streaming movies and TV shows, I think are fair game when it comes to spoilers. Absolute fair game when it comes to spoilers. Pre-streaming, like The Sopranos. I get asked about that all the time. That's been spoiled for me 100 times already. All those type of shows and movies. Rocky, what was the unsportsmanlike moment of the day today? Rocky, any Rocky movie. That's fair game. That's just normal conversation, especially around these parts, South Jersey, Philadelphia, Delaware Valley. That's fair game. Now, when it comes to your point about the new TV shows that you said, I don't, if I chose not to watch it, it's fair game to spoil it. No. There's so much out there on the Netflixes, the Paramounts, all these streaming services that you might not have seen everything yet. So I think pre-streaming service shows and pre-streaming service movies, fair game, but streaming service movies and TV shows, nada. You got about a year or two to watch those.
That's what I said. I said about 3 years. I think you got to, after the show's out, about 3 years after the show has debuted, you can say, hey, Breaking Bad, so-and-so this. I don't even remember what happened.
That's like a pre-streaming. That's a long time ago.
Well, you just said how many years? I said 3 years. A show comes out like, what's the show that was on Apple, the soccer?
Oh, Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso. I mean, that show has been out for 3 years or so now. I mean, if I didn't watch it by now, that's my
show.
fault.
But that's the distinction here. It's a streaming show. That show has been on Apple. It's an Apple show. I think it's fair game not to hey, let's not spoil that one. I don't think that I should say that is not fair game in my estimation.
Well, and I don't even know that show's over yet. Like, is there another season coming? So there's nothing really to spoil. Like, it's not an ending to like Suits. That's a weird one because it started on TV, then it became a streaming show.
Yeah, it is. But if you haven't seen it by now, because that was like a big thing. Like that show became huge with the Gen Zers. It became huge.
It became bigger on streaming, and then they tried to do recreate with Suits LA, and that thing failed miserably.
That did not work out at all.
Yeah,
not at all.
I watched Suits on streaming. I never even heard about it when it was on regular television.
Yeah, but regular TV shows like Sopranos, Seinfeld, Friends, that's all fair game at this point. Rocky, all fair game. There's no spoilers when it comes to that stuff.
No, I agree with him on that. I think shows are tough because I don't even know, network television they don't even play shows anymore. Who has a scripted television show?
Well, there is shows on certain networks, but then they go right to streaming. That's the thing. You can rewatch it on their streaming services. If NBC has a show, they're going to put it on their streaming service after that, after the show airs.
Right, but I'm saying there's no show on network television that is I got to watch it live or I feel like I've missed out.
Well, what's that one, Wyoming with Kevin Costner? What was that show? That was out. That was on network television, not ABC, but it was on cable. I forget what it was called. Yellowstone. Yeah, that was that. Wasn't that on regular cable television?
Never seen it.
I've never seen it either. See, I get asked and told, hey, watch this. Have you seen this? I haven't seen it. Just for everybody out there, I have not seen any TV show that you're talking about, okay? I just haven't. I watch sports every day, all right? That is my show. I'll watch the occasional documentary, the occasional Seinfeld episode. I am boring when it comes to TV shows. I've seen some movies here and there. That's fine. Do not ask me or tell me what shows to watch or if I've watched it. My answer is going to be no every time. It's going to be no every time.
There's certain times of the year where things get a little slower, and then you're okay, I'll get into a show right now, right? Now, for instance, the Sixers played on Tuesday. They didn't play Wednesday or Thursday. So that might be a night where I say, hey, let's binge a show. The thing has changed, though, where Netflix puts out these 10-episode shows, and you can watch all 10 episodes in 2 days, and then you're done, and you're okay, now I need another show. The last show that I tried to get into that was multiple seasons, I remember was the one with James Spader. What one was that, Josh? Blacklist. And it was 9 seasons, and I made it to the 6th season, and then my girlfriend, she's okay, I've had enough.
Yeah, I'm don't ask me about shows or movies. I probably haven't seen it.
I'm not good on this stuff. Even Breaking Bad, which I loved, by the way. I don't even remember what happened at the end. I watch these shows, I get so wrapped up in them, and then I forget.
I also am part of the generation where I'm watching YouTube instead, too. I'm also watching YouTube, watching different videos, podcasts, things of that nature. I prefer to watch that.
Instead, are you a guy that watches somebody else play Madden?
Sometimes. Not all
the time. God, that is the biggest... That is the biggest.
I told you I woke up at 5 a.m. to watch A.J. Brown's appearance.
Yeah, but I'm talking about these people who sit on their couch and literally are hey, I want to watch 2 other jamokes play Madden football.
Yes,
that.
I have dabbled, yes. Not all the time, but
that's
I've dabbled,
awful.
Yeah.
That's the biggest L of all time.
It's not an L. So there's no L there. There's no L. And sometimes it's entertaining. It's funny. I've watched Kai Cenat stream a couple of times. He's had some celebrities on there. I wanted to tune in. I thought it was funny. I guarantee you have no idea who I just said.
There are things that you're hey, this generation gets to do this and that. The fact that you got guys sitting around watching other people play video games, That's pretty
I
toolish.
say that's not like appointment television or appointment YouTube for me. That's just not. It's not appointment YouTube for me. I will occasionally watch a little bit, watch a clip here and there, tune into a stream every once in a while from somebody.
Yeah.
I'll do that on occasion.
No, I've seen these shows that are like a lot of these YouTube people, they have like a lot of money for some reason. They make people do challenges. The one guy who went across the country to all 50 states and he stayed in a different Airbnb.
Now,
I saw that.
Have you heard of Mr. Beast?
I know who he is, yes.
Okay. I've watched his videos. Now, in college, we would sit there around and we put on like a Mr. Beast video, or we would wait for a podcast to drop and watch the podcast.
Yeah, I'm out. Terrell says nothing wrong with watching people play video games from another Gen Zer.
I'm not like a
Guess
big
what?
video
Terrell
game guy.
and you get back to me in like 15 years. You know, it's like I always say like these kids wear their hair like really shaggy, and I'm like, you're going to look back at your picture and say to yourself, what was I thinking? Why did I get a haircut? That's going to be you like 10 years from now. Like, what was I thinking? I watch other losers play video games?
Well, I consider myself a loser at times.
Yeah, but I didn't say that you weren't a loser. I said you watched other losers play video games.
Community, because it's a great community of losers. We want to enjoy, talk to each other, have fun, play a little Madden. It's a great time. Great time.
I can understand like if you were playing the game. But you're watching someone else play the game.
I debated Mark Schlereth about this, about playing Madden. Madden was a great thing. It taught. Now, would you agree that Madden has?
I played plenty of Madden.
And did it teach you the game of football in a sense of where you were more educated, knew more players because of Madden?
Maybe. So when I was in college, Madden, like, this was before you could import the rosters.
We're going like PlayStation 1 here, right?
Yeah, pretty much. PlayStation 1. So I would be the guy. We would get the new Madden game, right? And then my roommates would be like, all right, Gil's going upstairs. And I fixed all the rosters. I would sit there overnight with magazines of the rosters, and I would trade the guys to the new teams and all that stuff to get the rosters as close as possible. So I was into the playing part of the game and making sure the rosters. But you would never catch me sit there and watch some other jamoke play. Like, even if I was we would play like a tournament. What me and my roommates would do is 32 teams. We would all like draft teams until all the teams were gone. And you would just not tell the other guys. So it was like, okay, game 1 is Gill versus Earnshaw. You would write down your team. I would write down my team. We wouldn't tell each other, and then we would show each other. The winner of the tournament was the guy who had teams left.
Yeah.
It's when your teams all were gone, you were out of the tournament, and whoever had the most teams at the end was the winner. So... But I wouldn't sit there and watch the other two. As soon as your game was done, you would
watch other friends play. We would we would do the same thing. We would do something very similar. We would have tournaments of like MLB, 2K, Madden. There'd be a bunch of guys. Everyone would bring extra controllers to this.
NBA Live, we did.
No, not NBA Live, 2K.
We didn't have 2K.
Live.
2K was the loser version.
Give me a break. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Wasn't it, Josh? Yeah. 2K was the loser version.
No, Live was the loser version. 2K was the
back then. No. He's eating over here and stuffing his face with this new food that he's throwing in my face all of a sudden. Hey, look at all my great food that I got. And then he's chewing over here, trying to come over and get a point in.
No, Nick, you'll understand. 2K was like the lousy game on every platform until like 2010.
I know. Exactly. I understand that it flipped. I'm just saying. Back in the day, NBA Live was the far superior.
Anything EA Sports.
Yeah, EA
was
Sports
was far ahead of everything else.
That's right.
Yeah, and then 2K came along because like
I played. NHL Live. We played That was some stuff there. We had some NHL Live tournaments. Yeah.
Did you do tournaments with the international teams?
No.
Like, because they would have the years they would have the Olympic teams on there. I would do tournaments with those, my friends.
No, we did NHL Live. 98 was a big one. 96, I should say. 96 was a big year for NHL Live. And then, so we did the Madden. We did all that stuff. But EA Sports, the live versions was the better thing.
I don't know how we did it, but we crossed over from movies to video games, and that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed this. Look at the conversation we have started.
What's your second nugget today?
All right, let's get out. Let's go. Let's move along. All right, there's one guy I want to talk about. I was reading Phillies Nation. They always do a great job. Stay or go guy. And I thought it was fascinating. Every one of them said stay. All the writers did. But he's a fascinating asset to the Philadelphia Phillies, and that's Bryson Stott. What do we make of Bryson Stott's role going forward? What do we make of Bryson Stott? Because he had a really good second half last year. At 855 second half OPS, was 15th in the National League, third among all second basemen, according to Phillies Nation. What do we make of Bryson Stott's role going forward? Is he good enough? Should they move him? Could they upgrade where he's at second base? He's very good defensively. I think Bryson Stott's an interesting piece to the Phillies puzzle because I feel like he had a good second half, but he hasn't developed to where he probably should be or we thought he'd be.
I don't see him being a bigger role than he was in. I think he's a platoon player with Edmundo Sosa. I think that too, those two guys at second base. Now, don't be shocked, and I don't think they're going to, but if somebody had interest in Stott and called you, I wouldn't be shocked if the Phillies did entertain trying to move him. He could be what Bohm was last year, the guy that they try to trade. Maybe they ask a little bit too much for and can't move him, but don't be surprised if teams said, hey, he's a young, second baseman, Gold Glove level second baseman. Let's get him here, maybe in this offense or, a change of scenery. Although I think the change of scenery for him is not – he's not a guy that's like a change of scenery candidate, I don't think. Him and Harper obviously close. He's a pretty popular player here. So I think his role is similar. He bats ninth, him and Sosa platoon, and I think you can do a lot worse than having a platoon between those two guys.
Yeah, I think he stays, but he's a fascinating – piece at this point because of his age. He's still relatively young, in his prime, especially since he had a really good second half too. He was much better. He made the adjustment with his hands at the dish. So maybe he elevates next year. I think he's a guy that has to elevate if they want to go far. And remember, I said don't bring him out of the 9 hole. He's actually contributing in that spot last year. We got in that whole big tizzy on the Sports Bash as well as some other shows, Mike. But he's interesting because what if you do get a call about Bryson Stott? And I'm sure that that could definitely happen with his age, where he's at. Does he need a change of scenery? I don't think so. He's not that type of guy, like you mentioned. I agree with you there. But moving him, if you could get an upgrade at second base, I don't think there's really anything out there at this point.
No,
but he's an interesting guy. Just
the
where
only thing would be
his career.
The only thing would be, and there was a quote from Charlotte Varnes, she wrote about this in The Athletic, I don't know if you saw this, that basically Dombrowski had suggested that Turner is the shortstop, that there's really no path for Miller to play shortstop, but that he would be open to a conversation. I would imagine that conversation is, do you want to play second or third, because you're not going to play shortstop right off the bat. So I think that is something to definitely kind of keep an eye on, that maybe they could play Aiden Miller at second base.
Yeah, that could be interesting. I mean, he's really just played short and third base for the most part. But I'm fascinated to see where Stott goes from here, because what is he at this point? Like you said, he's a platoon player. You thought he'd be more. I think a lot of people thought he'd be much more than a platoon guy with Edmundo.
Well, he got stuck in that whole thing where, he's the next, he could win a batting title. He might be the next Chase Utley. So he kind of got some unfair stuff. But I think that even though he got some unfair stuff, I don't think he's become a guy that people don't really like. By the way, here's what the quote was. It was from Dave Dombrowski speaking. Charlotte Varnes was down at, I guess, at the winter meetings or whatever. He said, Dombrowski, right now with Trey being our shortstop and us being very happy with him, there's not a path at shortstop for Aiden. I think he's wise enough to see that as it stands. But we would sit down and have a conversation, clearly discuss it with him, and come up with what our specific plan would be.
Very interesting. Very interesting at this point because of what everyone thought Stott was. And I feel like the expectations are on Miller, too. You hope Miller doesn't turn into a Stott at this point.
Well, got to find a spot for him in the field, so it's either second or third.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Not going to play short.
No, not going to play short. Like you always could put Trey Turner in center field because you might need a center fielder at this point. Fill a guy in the outfield.
They do. If they don't bring Bader back, I don't know what they're going to do in center field. We shall see. That's today's Nuggets today on the Sports Bash, a Friday edition. Don't forget who's producing the locker room tomorrow, 10 a.m. You can hear Nick in the locker room right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, man.
Talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right, there you go. There's Earnshaw. Today's Nuggets, of course, as always on the Sports Bash. They're brought to you by our friends at Maynard's in Margate. 99 bottles with the Sports Bash. Listen for your cue to call this hour on the Sports Bash. And there it is, your cue to call right now, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7. Right now, you have a chance to win awesome tickets. You're a part of this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue. Our biggest party of the year coincides with their biggest party of the year. We got a chance for you to win Club Box Eagles tickets, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, show tickets, 99 qualifiers, 99 pairs of tickets. That means we have 99 winners. And caller 7 right now, you win. 609-573-3776. Everybody stick around when we come back. It's a Sal Pal Friday with ESPN Sal Paolantonio.
Brought to you by the Vassar Pool Service. Then it's our high school athletes in the spotlight with Fran McLaughlin. Brought to you by the Philly Pretzel Factory. It's the Locker Room with Billy Schweim, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon, 97.3 ESPN.
Get your game on at the Fanatic Sportsbook in the gallery at Ocean Casino Resort. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
It's Christmas time at Storybookland in Egg Harbor Township, a family holiday tradition since 1955. Take a photo with Santa and Mrs. Claus in their house and experience Christmas magic when Santa waves his wand and lights the park with over 1 million amazing lights each night. Marvel at the decorated displays and enjoy the fabulous rides. Advance tickets are required and dates may sell out. So visit Storybookland.com to plan your visit.
Create your own story at Storybookland.
Bring the family and create your own holiday story at Storybookland.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter. the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Here for the Lowe's early Black Friday deals? You're right on time for some of our biggest savings. We're talking up to 50% off select major appliances, plus up to an extra 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Holiday lights going up soon? Select ladders are up to 50% off right now. Get Black Friday prices without the Black Friday crowds. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 11/19. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5905. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5905. That's 800-583-5905. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Hey guys, listen up. The holidays are coming, and don't you want to look your best for that special lady? At New Jersey Trim Clinic, we're South Jersey's #1 choice for weight loss injections, and we're here to help you shed those extra pounds and feel great. Imagine slipping into that favorite outfit and turning heads this holiday season. Our cutting-edge GLP weight loss injections are designed to help you lose those stubborn pounds and transform your body. No extreme dieting or grueling workouts needed. With real results and countless success stories from men just like you, it's time to take the first step towards the new you. Our convenient location in Somers Point, New Jersey is ready to support your weight loss journey with personalized plans tailored just for you. Don't wait. Visit us today at njtrimclinic.com or call us at 609-382-TRIM. That's 609-382-8746. Take advantage of the opportunity to look and feel amazing this holiday season. Your transformation starts now at New Jersey Trim Clinic.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-354-5850. 800-354-5850. That's 800-354-5850.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey everybody, it's Mike Gill from the Sports Bash. You know, I've been telling you about my friends over at the Nizam's Restaurant. Well, don't forget, their Eagles special is back. You get a free order of spicy tandoori chicken wings for dine-in customers when the Eagles win. They also have a great lunch buffet on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and has a great banquet space that can seat up to 100 people for private events and celebrations. So what are you waiting for? Try out the Nizam's in Harbor Square, Egg Harbor Township, right outside of Boscov's.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him! It's a sack!
Sixers.
Oh, baby!
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. What's going on? Driving you home. It's time for a Sal Pal Friday with ESPN senior NFL reporter Sal Paolantonio. Every Friday on the Sports Bash, we get a Sal Pal Friday. You get a Sal Pal Friday. And this is a big Sal Pal Friday because the Honolulu Blue Lions are in town to take on the Eagles. Sunday Night Football. And don't forget, you get all the coverage right here on 97.3 ESPN. Pregame starts at 7. Kickoff with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick at 8:20. Right now, it's a Sal Pal Friday as he joins me on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Big week, Sal. A lot happening here. And the Lions are in town. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing really well. I love that Honolulu Blue Detroit Lions and Kelly Green Philadelphia Eagles. That's what you're talking about on Sunday Night Football. Nationally televised game, 6-3 Lions. So you know what's really fascinating to me, right? So 4 years ago, 7 head coaches were hired. 5 of them have been fired. Only 2 remain, Nick Sirianni and Dan Campbell. And Sirianni's gone to 2 Super Bowls and won a Super Bowl already. You know, the last 2 head coaches Howie Roseman hired won a Super Bowl with Doug Peterson and Nick Sirianni. It is quite amazing to me when you look at the big picture that people don't understand the great time it is to be a Philadelphia Eagles fan. It really is amazing when you think about it. Robert Saleh, Jets, fired. These are all the guys that were hired in 2021. Robert Saleh, Jets, fired. Urban Meyer, Jags, fired. Arthur Smith, Falcons, fired. David Culley, Texans, fired.
Jeez.
Brandon Staley, Chargers, fired. Only guys remaining are Sirianni, Super Bowl champ, and Dan Campbell. And now Nick Sirianni's career record, 55-22, winning percentage of .714, matches Babe Ruth home run record, which I love, makes him the 3rd highest winning percentage in the Super Bowl era, behind John Madden in the Hall of Fame, Vince Lombardi in the Hall of Fame. How about that?
Those numbers are unbelievable, and you're right. You put it in perspective. These are the 2 most winning teams in the NFC going back to 2023. They played in 2022, and that game, Philadelphia got a scare. They ended up going to the Super Bowl. The Lions that year went 1-6, and then they ended the season 9-8 and kind of became, Sal, the Lions that we now know, which is a very dangerous team, although very banged up for this game against Philadelphia. But they have been dangerous, but this is an interesting one. No Laporta, their secondary's a mess. So this feels like a good time maybe to face this team.
Yeah, their secondary has been a mess since they lost to the Washington Commanders in the playoffs last year. You know, they lost to the Washington Commanders, and the Eagles wound up getting the NFC Championship game at home. That, to me, is one of the great untold stories about how their defense, for over a year now, has suffered so many injuries and so many setbacks. And the bottom line is you can throw on the Lions' defense. problem is Eagles can't throw right now.
Well, that's been a big story if you haven't noticed this week, everybody out there. The Eagles are having problems throwing, and obviously A.J. Brown is discussing it. And I don't know that he's out of place. I think is he trying to get out ahead of things here?
Well, he's done it before. Remember at his locker when he was asked what's wrong with the Eagles offense, and he said passing. Post-game, a game that they had won, by the way. So he's done it before. If you're asking me, my personal opinion, not the opinion of the team, I'm tired of it. I personally am tired of it, covering the story and listening to him bellyache. This is a guy who was rescued from the NFL ashes by Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts.
Right.
They traded for A.J. Brown and got him out of Tennessee, where he was really unhappy. On draft day, Howie Roseman works out a player-friendly deal with A.J. Brown's agent, brought him in here to the tune of nearly $100 million. Then they give him a second contract worth about $100 million. He has pocketed over $100 million in bonuses alone. He's won a Super Bowl with a guy who has been his personal friend, Jalen Hurts, since they were teenagers, and he's still bellyaching. I don't see it. I don't get it. When I talk to people around, you talk to people all the time, Michael. There's nobody who talks to more Eagles fans than you and me combined, and people are tired of it. They're just tired of the bellyache. And just, as Eric Clapton once said, shut up and play your guitar, man. Just shut up and play your guitar.
I do agree that people are kind of tired of it, and especially the manner of it. Social media, a video game stream.
Yeah.
But I think
it's very passive-aggressive for people,
Yes.
It's very passive-aggressive. Now, he has publicly come out and said certain things, but listen, people are tired of it, Mike.
I agree. No, I do agree, but I do also think, Sal, this is just from some of my listeners this week, that they understand his message. They just don't like the way that he's putting it out there, the passive-aggressiveness, going on a Twitch stream and talking to his buddy.
I don't even know what that is. Someone's going to explain that to me when I'm old and gray and I'm sitting in my rocking chair. Maybe my granddaughters will explain it to me. My God, what is that? But I don't even want to know, really, honestly. Yeah,
we just talked about that last hour with Evan Cohen was on with us in the 3 o'clock hour, and we were talking about when is it too long to give the ending of a movie. Like, how long is it? And these kids today watch streams 3 years later. They might watch a show, or 5 years later. So I don't know. When Twitch, though, they're watching other people play video games. That's what they're doing. They're going on and watching A.J. Brown play his buddy in Madden football, and then they hear their conversation, and then this comes out of it. That's what the Twitch stream is.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you for enlightening me, but I feel stupider. I do. I enjoy talking to you on the phone every Friday at 5 p.m. because we have a great breakdown of this game on the Matchup Show with Greg Cosell and Darius Butler. People are not going to want to miss it. We have a whole segment of the show dedicated to this matchup, because it has so many different tentacles to it. And you mentioned one of them, and that is the Eagles' pass offense against the Lions' pass defense. You can throw it against the Lions. I think that's exactly what they will do in this game. They will flip the script on the risk-averse, conservative offense that they had in Green Bay, which, by the way, I did not disagree with, because that defense – you don't want to take risks against that Packers defense. Against the Lions defense, you can take risks because you probably won't get burned. And I think that's what will happen in this game.
Well, yeah, and you figure that the Lions are so banged up. They got, 2 or 3 members of that secondary that are not going to play, that you would think that this would be a week. But I feel like, Sal, we say this every week, that, you can go after this team's secondary. And for whatever reason, maybe you have the reason, it's not working.
Yeah, I think risk-averse is the number one thing. They pound into Jalen Hurts' head, don't turn the ball over, don't turn the ball over. I mean, that 17-play drive that they had in Green Bay was erased by that peanut punch-out of Jalen Hurts. I was shocked when it happened because The ball is the program for him, and if he is his superpower, in my opinion, is protecting the football. They only have 4 turnovers, which is the fewest in the National Football League, for a reason. They preach about it, they coach on it, they talk about it all the time. It's one of Nick Sirianni's points of emphasis every single day, not only in meetings but in the practice rooms, on the practice field. So I was shocked by the punch out of Jalen Hurts. And that's sort of, doubled them down on being as conservative as possible in that football game. But I think in this game, you will see them open it up.
All right, let's get into their running attack in this game against the Lions. Can Saquon Barkley, we had a big game a couple weeks ago, and then last week 60 yards. Is this a matchup that you like for Barkley?
It is not. I don't think that you really can run on this Lions defense. I think they're really tough up front, especially in the middle, so it's going to be difficult. When you look at the Eagles' offensive line, all week long, they've had offensive linemen still on the injury report, on the practice report. You got to remember, the offensive line that went to the Super Bowl and won it last year has been eviscerated. The right guard is Tyler Steen. It's not Mekhi Becton. We all know that. That's a downgrade. Lane Johnson's been on and off the field all season long. He's trying to tough out every possible injury. And you might say, well, Fred Johnson's okay, but he's not Lane Johnson. We all know he's not. Cam Jurgens didn't play last week. We like Brett Toth. Sure, we like the way he's playing, but Cam Jurgens is the highest paid center in the NFL for a reason, and Landon Dickinson's the highest paid guard in the NFL.
And Jurgens, by the way, looks like he's going to play.
He's going to play, but to what extent, right? And to what ability? He's just coming back from an injury. They're all going to play. They're all now full participants on Friday in practice. Johnson, Jurgens, and Dickerson. But what are we going to get out of them? What is the team going to get out of them? And that's the key. And when you're playing a very, very aggressive Lions front seven, I think it will be difficult to get the run game going.
There's so many matchups in this one. Then you got the other side of the ball where, the Eagles obviously got Phillips. That helps the pass rush. But can they get pressure on Goff? Because if they don't, I'm sure Amon-Ra or Jameson Williams are looking at Adoree Jackson and saying, hey, there's a guy we can go after.
Well, I think they're going to continue to do what they do. And, I thought Jeff Mosier had another good piece recently talking about just how little Vic Fangio blitzed the Packers. My numbers were a little bit different than his numbers, but I think we were in the same ballpark. It was about 12% of the time, which is a very low number. And I think that's what they're going to do primarily. They're going to just give them a face mask full of Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, and then get home on the edges. Hunt is playing so well. Ojomo's playing so well with Nolan Smith and the addition of Jalen Phillips. Again, Howie Roseman is the master in picking up that guy and then putting him on the field like that. And he was, of course, coached by Vic Fangio. Apparently he wasn't one of the defectors from the Dolphins who wanted Fangio gone, and he's happy to be in Philadelphia, which we're excited to see a player of that caliber join the team. And you have to play 7 back because they're not great at the left corner position. Obviously, Quinyon Mitchell is going to be an all-pro this year. You've seen the numbers, right? According to Pro Football Focus on Quinyon Mitchell, he leads the NFL in completion percentage allowed, 44%. Mitchell is also tied for 4th most incompletions in the league this season.
Love it.
4th most incompletions. So Pro Football Focus really has him, number 27 in your program, Quinyon Mitchell, year number 2, headed to the All-Pro team. In my view, he's playing at an All-Pro level.
Well, I like all that stuff, and I like that matchup. Mitchell, whoever he's lined up against. The other side, we shall see. And then the run game.
That's why you'll drop 7, Michael. That's why you drop 7. I think that's the key. You drop 7, rush 4, mix in a few blitzes here and there, but not a whole lot. And you just make Goff hold on to the ball until they get home. And by the way, we went back and we looked at when the Eagles were pass rushing. do you see how much Jalen Carter's being held? Am I the only one who sees this?
Well, I think you can make an argument that a lot of people are getting held, but yes, him more than many here. But I tell you what, him and his attention, I thought he had his best game the other night, and then Phillips, got to see how he played off of that.
When he's not getting double teamed, if you don't double team him, you have to hold him.
Exactly.
And I had at least 7 uncalled holds on Jalen Carter. Even the one where he bats down the Julian Love pass, and Troy Aikman's breaking it down with Joe Buck, he's getting bear hugged. I mean, literally held with both arms by the offensive lineman. And then he holds up his hand, Carter, like, where's my flag? And I just don't get it. I just don't get how this continues to happen. It's been happening all year long. Jalen Carter may be he's definitely the most double-teamed.
Yeah.
But you can't double-team him all the time, so they just hold him.
No, not anymore.
They're going to get called.
Not anymore. I thought Phillips obviously added a dimension to the pass rush. We'll see how that plays out here. You've got a good run game from Detroit. They've got a good offensive line. This one's a big one. If you win, according to ESPN stats, 47% chance that you get the number 1 seed. And if you lose the game, that number drops down to 17%. So it's a big game for seeding.
Yeah, it is a big game for seeding. But, when you look at their schedule, which we know is one of the toughest in the league, they still have very, very difficult games. I mean, they got to go to Dallas. That's always a hard game, no matter what year you're playing in. Chicago's definitely improved, and you got to play them on Friday afternoon in Prime on Amazon Prime on Black Friday. And then what do you win after that? You win a trip to L.A. to play a Chargers team that's much improved, and you still have to go to Buffalo 3 days after Christmas and play the Bills, who at that point may be fighting for their playoff lives. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 really tough games, and then 2 division games against the Commanders. So this is not an easy run, and so you're right. Obviously, he's 10-0 against the NFC North, Sirianni, and can he keep it going against the Lions? I think that he can, and I'm going to take the score given to me by our birthday boy, Johnny G of the Griner team at Berger Realty in Ocean City, New Jersey. Happy 64th birthday to Johnny G. His score is my score. Birds 24, Lions 21.
24-21 is the Eagles' prediction. They beat the Lions, and this should be a fun game. Eagles-Lions. They are banged up. Their injury report is like 3 pages long. The Eagles, clean bill of health. I'll ask you this question. And Johnny G, happy birthday, man. And, of course, I did see the score, 24-21. I'm going to get your take on this, though. If the Eagles were to lose this game, do we think next week is kind of a I kind of likened it to that night that day they played San Francisco, and I know their defense is a lot better. I'm not talking about the comparing of the defense. I'm talking about the mental of that team came in here and beat us on our home field, because the Lions have circled this game. If the Eagles lost that game, would there be some concern about where this season might end up?
Michael, in deference and with respect to the great Pat Callahan, I was on his show all those years. He used to say it's called This Week in Pro Football, not Next Week in Pro Football.
I got it.
We're gonna do it this week in pro football. 1 week at a time, 1 play at a time, Michael. That's what I say to my kids. You go to the line of scrimmage, 1 play at a time. Don't tell me what we're going to do next. Tell me what we're doing right now.
All right, well, Sal Paolantonio here likes the Eagles to win over the Lions. And then, yes, on to Dallas, which should be an interesting clash with their offense. And then Black Friday against the Bears. That's how November ends. And we'll have all the coverage for you here on Sal Pal Friday with Sal Paolantonio, ESPN senior NFL reporter. I would imagine at the link on Friday night, Sunday night?
I'll be at the link on Sunday, but don't forget to watch the matchup show tomorrow morning on ESPN2. A whole segment. And, you can get it on demand, ESPN Plus. You can tape it on your DVR. I'm telling you, the breakdowns of this game are historically good, really good.
All right, Sal. Appreciate it as always.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, Sal Paolantonio, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's a Sal Pal Friday, every Friday here on the Sports Bash. A couple things on that. I do got some numbers when you take a look at the research on this game. Eagles have 4 turnovers this year. That one, talk about keys to a game, turnovers. Fewest in the NFL, fewest through 9 games in a season in franchise history. That's number 1. 2, when you look at Jalen Hurts, okay, 3 turnovers this season. It's tied for the fewest in the NFL among 27 quarterbacks who have made 7 starts. Fewest turnovers through 9 games of a season in his career. We talk about the risk-adverse of this offense. Hurts is 3 turnovers. That's it. And one of them came last week in that game, that fumble. But a bigger number in this game that I think you got to look at is A.J. Brown. 408 yards in Week 11. I couldn't believe it. Like, I know he's not having a great year, but I think, okay, maybe he's got 600. 408 in 8 games this year. That's 50 yards a game. That's unbelievable. But as Evan Cohen, we talked about it in the 3 o'clock hour, they keep winning, even with A.J. Brown not being a big part of the offense. Is that sustainable? Is that sustainable, everybody? Can the Eagles keep winning if A.J. Brown is not the A.J. Brown that all of you guys remember? Is it, hey, they just keep winning, don't ask questions? Is that sustainable? 609-403-0973. When I talk about, what happened in that game against San Francisco a couple of years ago, yes, their defense that year stunk. We all know that. I'm not talking about defense. Cognitive thinking here, people. Use your brain. It's not about the defense letting them down the rest of the season. Nobody thinks that's going to happen. I'm not talking to, I do talk to a lot of people with pea brains, but I'm trying to talk to people who are actually intelligent. It has nothing to do with that defense versus this defense. It's the mental acuity that they lacked in that game, that the offense and defense fell apart because they knew that they were getting by with duct tape up to that point, and they knew that they couldn't figure it out. And then the defense, of course, fell apart, and then the offense couldn't do anything, and then the whole season fell apart. It was what happened in the locker room. We talked to Britton Covey. We had Fletcher Cox on at the Super Bowl. They couldn't give us an answer. They did not know what happened to that team. Other than teams just figured us out, and that San Francisco game broke us. So it wasn't that, that defense stunk, and this defense is good, so it can't happen again. You would think that this defense is not going to have a breakdown. No one's debating that. But can the offense say, we just can't get going? We played this Lions team, and they came in here and whipped us. That's what the big matchup will be in here. Is that Detroit team, one thing you got to give them credit for. Do you agree or disagree with this? All the injuries that they have sustained, they come and fight you every single week. Whether they are down 3 guys, 4 guys, 15 guys, they fight you. They fight you tooth and nail. And that's one of the things that I think you got to give Detroit a lot of credit for, is that the laundry list of injuries, they will come in here and battle you. Now, they might not win the game, may not be good enough. Who knows? And I think this game will teach us a lot about Philadelphia.
I don't disagree at all that they are a team of fighters. I think it's one of the reasons why people like myself and others but we enjoy watching the Lions because of how they fight. It's the fight in them that draws us to them. Where I would go back to, Mike, is that you were talking about the mentality, the mental makeup. And so and I don't want to put words in your mouth. So please correct me please correct me as I ask this. It sounds to me like you are taking the smoke screens and all the stuff around this team as signs that there are some hidden cracks in the armor. Is that fair?
I think the hidden cracks in the armor of this team are generally on the offensive side of the ball and the division that could happen if they, again, don't score. And so if they lose this game, say 28-7, again, it's not their defense isn't the problem here. It could be completely opposite. That year, your defense was not good enough, and it fell apart. This time around, you could lose 28-7, and maybe the offense now has a division of, we didn't hold up our end of the bargain again.
But, like, for example, and again, I said this earlier, I don't foresee this being a lopsided game, but if you lose the game 17-14, or you lose the game 21-17, or something where it's like the defense did their job, right? Let's say you lose 14-10, right?
Yeah. I think if you lost 14-10, same situation. Defense, awesome, as we expect, did their job. Offense starts to say, why can't we get the job done? It's our fault again, and it's our fault. The last time we won 10-7, the defense did their job. We scored 10, not good enough, but we won. This time, the defense did their job, and we didn't hold up our end of the bargain. You would start to wonder, if you're the Eagles offense, why can't we get the job done? Why can't we hold up our end of the bargain?
And I think we could argue till the cows come home what the reason is, but my question to you, Mike, would be, does it matter what the reason is if you have a team that you know should be playing better?
Say it one more time.
You know this team is talented. You saw what they did last year, right? You know what they're capable of. You've seen Hurts have big games. You heard Sal Powell talk about how efficient he is, right? So if the offense is still having problems and you don't have an answer for it after 11 weeks, what does that really say about the team?
I think they are, again, this is why this game is so very important and very big, is because I think the offense, as AJ has tried to point out, is still searching for why they're struggling.
If you're still searching for why you're struggling in week 11, then someone needs to be blamed.
Yeah.
And I know you have said before, Mike, that you don't like to be the guy who blames the coach, but someone's got to get the finger pointed at them at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the reason why Sirianni got tested the other day at the press conference, because of the fact that people want answers to questions, and when the head coach doesn't have direct answers to those questions, it makes us all look to the coaching staff.
Yeah, and of course, and I think, the players search and search and search for an answer, and the coaches search and search for an answer, and sometimes that answer is not out there, and we'll see if it's out there this week. Because, look, even if the Eagles go out and score 35 points this week, that doesn't mean that their problems have been fixed, right? They scored 30-whatever against the Giants. They ran the ball 200-yard rushers. The next week, they struggled to run the ball.
Right.
They had 200-yard receivers against Minnesota. It doesn't mean their problem is a lack of consistency in their offense, right? That's been their issue. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the Sixers tonight. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. They take on the Pistons. It's an NBA Cup game. Not that anybody cares about that. Flyers tonight over on Rock 104.1. They'll take on the Blues. That's an 8 o'clock start. You can listen to Sixers and Pistons on 97.3. Flyers and Blues on Rock 104. We got so much more to go. Kyle Schwarber. I had a debate last night with my cousin texting me, asking me about the MVP in the AL and the NL. We'll talk about it. Got some off-season baseball thoughts. Got my picks for the game coming up. Stick around. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers basketball tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Justin Edwards steals the ball. He drives. He hangs. He jams it. A two-hand stuff by Edwards.
It's Sixers Pistons tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN.
Caesars Sportsbook app is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Bet on gridiron action and earn perks on every game like hotel stays, bonus bets, game tickets, and more. Download the app using promo code RADIO20X and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 20 bets. Open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 or older. Max bet at $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes, and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-354-5850. 800-354-5850. That's 800-354-5850.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss? Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by smart tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get your game on at the Fanatic Sportsbook in the gallery at Ocean Casino Resort. Go to Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Sixers are in Detroit tonight as they take on the Pistons. Philadelphia coming off a win against Boston without Joel Embiid, and he has been ruled out for tonight's game. The Pistons, they have a 10-2 record on top of the Eastern Conference and have won 8 straight. While the Flyers are in St. Louis tonight to take on the Blues. Philadelphia has dropped back-to-back overtime games. Saturday, they will continue this 2-game trip with a stop in Dallas to meet the Stars. Philadelphia coming off a loss to Edmonton on Wednesday. NFL, the Eagles and the Lions meet at the Link on Sunday night. Philadelphia 7-2. They have won 13 of their last 14 home games, and Nick Sirianni is 11-0 against teams from the NFC North. Philadelphia will face off against a Lions offense that's averaging over 31 points per game, second best in the league. Progressive is helping veterans drive their lives forward with its Keys to Progress program online at keystoprogress.com. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Need help with your electric bill? New Jersey Board of Public Utilities has your back with a variety of programs that you can count on to save money. Whether you rent or own, see how you can save money today. Visit nj.gov/BPU.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. We're about 24 hours away from scattered rain moving in. I want to be very clear. It's wet, not wintry. A few clouds tonight and a chilly low temperature of 37 degrees. Tomorrow becoming mostly cloudy, high 53. Scattered rain showers arrive after sunset tomorrow through Sunday morning. Sunday's high 62, but temperatures fall with a brisk wind Sunday afternoon. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Why is NJM Insurance silent in an industry full of catchy jingles? And how do they do what's right when things go wrong? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries to find out.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
The Philadelphia Eagles have been masking, putting mascara, makeup, so much because they've been winning. I do not have an issue with my receiver saying that because he is 100% right. The defense has been carrying the Philadelphia Eagles. But when you have the firepower in the arsenal that the Philadelphia Eagles have, and as a person who wants to make an impact, not a blocking impact, not a run down the middle of the field to just to be a dummy. No, I know what I'm capable of.
Cam Newton on First Take today, he says he thinks the Eagles are a ticking time bomb, just waiting for them to kind of implode. And he's talking about the offense. If the offense has another week where they do not have a productive week, what might happen here? What might happen moving forward? Look, no one's worried about this defense, right? No one's worried about this defense. This defense should keep you in every single game. But, you could lose games 17-7, 17-10, 20-17. They got to get better offensively. And I think, by the way, that they probably have this Lions game is interesting because the Lions are so banged up. So they should be able to score some points here. But would anybody be surprised if they struggle offensively? And look, you lose the game 28, 24, 24, 21, which is the number. Look, nobody is talking about this team's defense being a part of the reason why they struggle. But if their offense can't get it together down the stretch here, that would be how this season could end up being interesting, right? Like they play now. Listen, this is why. If you could actually expand your mind for a second here, Josh, they're playing against Detroit this week, right? Whose defense is banged up,
very banged up.
If you don't have a good offensive output against this team, what would the mindset be Monday?
Well, the mindset Monday is going to be whether they win or lose, what's wrong with this offense.
Okay. Then they play Dallas next week. Dallas has a very good offense.
Bad defense.
Bad defense. But they can score.
Yes.
Okay? What happens in that game? Your defense again does the job. Gives up, say, 20. But you lose 20-17. That would be 2 weeks in a row that your defense was not the reason you lost a game. I could go back to the game against Denver. Right?
Absolutely.
The Denver game, the defense, I don't want to say was the reason they lost the game, but you're asking the defense every single week to win the game for you. And in the Denver game, their defense, quite frankly, in the fourth quarter of that game was not very good, and they lost that game 21-17. Those are the type of games that I'm talking about. Is no one's sitting here saying the defense is going to cause you any issues. The defense is great. The defense is going to play fine. But even if they play good, the Denver game could creep up. Now, they did not play good against the Giants. I'm discounting that game. I don't see the defense playing like that the rest of the way. But it's not like, this season they've given up 26 in a win, 25 in a win. They gave up 21 and they lost. They gave up 22 to Minnesota. It's not a great offensive team. You had Carson Wentz playing quarterback. The defense gave up 22. So they're not infallible. It's not like they just shut everybody down. If they give up 20, 22, 21, and they're in that range, and the offense scores 10 like they did last week. That is where I think this Lions game is very interesting because the Lions do not have a great defense.
No, and I think that's where, to Cam Newton's point, if we could roll the clock back, remind folks, we played in the first hour, what Britton Covey told you almost 2 years ago in U.S. Super Bowl Radio Row about how winning can, basically be a coverall or makeup, as Cam Newton called it, for problems.
When everything's going well, it doesn't just, solve problems. It kind of masks problems at times, right? And you got to learn how to not let that happen. I actually think Coach Sirianni does a really good job of that in wins, being like, hey, yeah, we won, but look at this. This is what we got to fix. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Sirianni now, to his point, he may be saying behind closed doors, hey, guys, we got to clean this up. This is what we got to do. But the reality is that the players are looking around, like A.J. Brown this past week and Lane Johnson a month ago, saying, hey, we got a problem here. And the problem, it's maybe been addressed by Nick Sirianni in years past, but maybe we're not addressing it correctly.
Maybe we're not addressing it correctly, or are we losing some buy-in?
You buy into the message or buy into the game plan?
One and the same. The game plan, the message. I mean, hey, our game plan this week is going to be we're going to run the ball. We're going to not take a lot of chances, but we might take 2 chances deep down the field.
Well, the reason why I'm separating them is because Covey specifically said that Nick Sirianni does a great job. Well, Sirianni, he's a CEO coach, right? So if his part of what makes him is the overall message. And on the flip side, you have an environment where nobody wants to overtly complain, condemn, or criticize Kevin Patullo. A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, everybody wants to say how much they love KP and Kevin's our guy. Well, remember last year, what did the offensive line do? They marched right into Kellen Moore, Nick Sirianni's offices and said, we got to make changes. We haven't heard that happening with Kevin Patullo. So is there somewhere along the way where the players kind of feel like, as you said before, Mike, the 2023 vibe, it's the whole thing of the coaching staff. Remember Nick Sirianni said in 2023, if I had an answer, we would have fixed it by now.
Well, they keep winning, and that's part of the answer.
But as you said earlier in the show, they were 10-1 in 2023.
Yep, and I don't think, as we asked Britton Covey and we had Fletcher Cox on, nobody seems to have the answer to what happened in that season other than, now Covey did say the change in coordinators was a factor. He did say that. After Shane, that maybe having someone a little that had more experience may have been better.
I do, simply for the fact that, think about this. We ran the same offense in our Super Bowl year. So Nick Sirianni's offense that wasn't the problem. The problem was adjusting to how teams played us.
Mm-hmm. And that's the key to me right there at the end. How are we adjusting how teams play us? Have we seen enough adjustments in the 2025 Eagles? I would say no.
No, definitely not. No, we have not seen enough adjustments from week to week. And that's the thing. It's a week-to-week league. 1 week you look good. The next week you don't. 1 week it's like, hey, they're back, and then you don't. That's the whole league, right? So I get it. Part of sports is you got these people. I'm a big picture fan, right? Whatever happens in 1 week, it doesn't really matter to me. Because that game to me is a 1 week season and now you're moved on. I don't really look at games as one single game. I look at the big picture, right? I always am kind of more of people are going nuts. Embiid's hurt. Get back to me in March. If Embiid's not playing in March, then you're right, okay? If Embiid's hurt and you say, I told you so. As of right now, Embiid is what he is. Same with this thing here. Right now, their offense is not consistent. Over 10 weeks of the season, they're just not a very consistent offense. Some weeks they have scored points. Now, some of those points came from kick blocks,
special teams,
returns, special teams. But even so,
defensive turnover for touchdowns.
Let me put it in perspective. In the NFC East, which is not very good right now, Dallas has 263 points. Washington has 223 points. Philadelphia has 218 points, and the Giants have 217 points. Now, Philadelphia has played one less game. They have 9 games. New York has played 10. But you're a lot closer to New York and Washington than you are Dallas.
And that's not good. And I think that's why.
By the way, the Lions, who have played 9 games, just like you, 283 points. Everybody talks about the Eagle defense. They've given up 192. Detroit's given up 8 more points than Philadelphia's does. Does anybody think that the Lions defense and the Philly defense are on the same wavelength?
No. And that goes back to part of the problem is because your offense has had issues, they put your defense in a bad situation. They put your defense with their back against the wall in a no-win situation. And I wanted to play for you, Mike. So Bruce Arians was on the Up and Adams show, and they were talking about the whole A.J. Brown stuff. And I thought he made a very interesting point about, he was asked about what is the reason the Eagles' offense is having problems. And I thought this answer kind of lines up a little bit with what Britton Covey had to say.
All of a sudden, so-and-so's getting 15 targets, I'm getting 2. And why is that? Is it the philosophy of the offense, or is it the quarterback? And looks like right now in Philly, it's the philosophy of the offense because Jalen's actually spinning it pretty good.
I don't doubt that that's the philosophy of the offense. I think we all understand that the philosophy of this offense is risk aversion. They don't want to turn the ball over. And if they throw the ball too many times, as they did with Jalen at the beginning of last year, those first 4 games of the season, how many turnovers did he have? When they went 2-2, and then they went to the bye week, and then they were like, that's it. We're not doing that anymore.
I think he had like 8 turnovers in the first 4 games.
That went back to the season before, too.
Right. He had that streak. We had a turnover
going
in every, it was like 15 straight games, whatever it was. I'd look up a stat again. But the point is that that's Arians. That's Britton Covey. They're all pointing to the coaching. They're all pointing to the offense that, hey, this is not the quarterback. This is not the receiver. And so these complaints the players are having, at some point, I don't understand how the Eagles got into the situation where everyone, and I think it's fair to say that Bruce Arians and Britton Covey and Cam Newton and other people know more football than you and I, Mike, right? Like, they might know something that we don't. If they're all saying the same thing, then why are the Philadelphia Eagles telling us everything's fine?
Yeah, I listen, I don't think everything's fine with the offense. I think they have problems with the offense for multiple reasons. One, their offensive line is not the same. And I've been the guy saying for years, the star of this team has been the offensive line. When they finally came to terms with the star of the team is not AJ, DeVonta, this guy, that guy, Jalen. It's the offensive line. They made that revelation in 2021. When Jalen was a rookie, or his first year as the starter.
His first year as a starter, yeah.
They tried to pass the ball. They were 2-5. They finally said, our best player on this team is the offensive line. And from that moment on, they have been one of the best teams in football. Now, I get it. That year, they were not ready to win. They got knocked out in the first round, but then they entered the next year.
But they made an adjustment that got them to the postseason.
Right. They went from a team that wanted to throw the ball and was not good at it after 7 games, and they changed the focus to the offensive line and the run game. And they have been a run-first team really ever since that, because that's what their offensive line is best at. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I wanted to get into the Philly stuff. By the way, my cousin texted me. He said, do you think that Judge should have won the MVP? I said, he had an on-base percentage of about .460. It's kind of hard to argue.
We don't have time for this, but I will say what I always say. If you want to give the award to the player with the best stats, stop calling it MVP. Because if you take Cal Raleigh off the Mariners are not a playoff team. They are not going to the ALCS.
He won Most Outstanding Player. So did Schwarber. They both won Most Outstanding Player. Those guys won, and then Ohtani won Most Valuable.
Yeah, it should be the opposite. Switch roles.
Whatever definition you want to use for outstanding and valuable.
Don't call it MVP then.
Flip them. Judge hit 30. He led the league. He was the batting champion. His on-base percentage was .458.
Give me all the stats you want. Who is more valuable to their team?
I don't know. You take Judge off the Yankees. They probably stink.
Do they? They played part of the year without him.
That team's not very deep. Scores, game balls, next.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2025 season on Sunday Night Football, hosting the Detroit Lions.
1st and 10 at the Lions 45. Hurts back again, looks, fires, diving reception is A.J. Brown.
Pre-game coverage starts at 7 p.m. with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action, starting at 8:20. This is where the Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
It's Sage Jewelers, the great half-off everything sale, going on now.
Sage Jewelers says everything in the store is on sale at half off, including their watch collection, Seiko, Citizen, G-Shock, and Timex.
That's right, 50% off their finest selection of GIA-certified diamonds, lab-grown diamonds, engagement rings, top designer jewelry collections, and more.
But hurry, the sale won't last long. Sage Jewelers, the real jeweler. Tilton Road, Northfield. Open every day until Christmas.
At the rodeo, you got 8 seconds to see who's who. Now, AT&T, this ain't our first rodeo. We can spot a hustle from clear across the arena. Take T-Mobile. Well, they talk a big game and then get smacked with challenges for deceptive ads. AT&T's been steady in the saddle since 1876. When you compare, there's no comparison.
Based on RootMetrics United States Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with Best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. RootMetrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T based on advertising challenges filed by competitors.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-354-5850. 800-354-5850. That's 800-354-5850.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Make holiday parties a snap with Heat and Eat catering packages from the Piccalilli Inn. Bring home the Pick's world-famous wings, tails, ears, and home-style sides you'll only find in the Pines. See the newly renovated main building and gift shop full of Piccalilli presents for under the tree. The original Piccalilli Inn, Route 206, Chemung, New Jersey. Order now at Piccalilli.com.
If you can't stop it, stop back. The Piccalilli Inn.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, got to get out of here. Let's get the game balls. And this week's pick for the game, I got Eagles 29-26. Close game, 29-26. Fourth down plays are going to be a big factor in this game. The Lions go for them 32% of the time on fourth down. Philadelphia goes for them 25% of the time. The Lions go for it more than anybody in football. That will be a factor in this game. Can they convert on fourth down? Do the Eagles get the stop? I think the game balls go to the Eagles' offensive line will be the difference in this game. I think they come up big. Offensive line, the big uglies get the game ball in this one. And Quinyon Mitchell, he's the stud in this game. Mitchell with a ceiling interception. Eagles 29-26. Monday, everybody kumbayas. We feel really good about the Birds. And they'll move on to Dallas. And I'll be at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We'll see you all out there. This has been the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. And before we go, I need caller 7. One last entry right now for this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are entered into this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win any of this year's tickets, which include Club Box Eagles tickets for the Eagles and Commanders game, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, Phillies prize packs, and we got great concert tickets. Jack Johnson, OAR, Aaron Lewis, Journey, comedian Bert Kreischer. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Good luck, everybody. We'll talk to you Monday on the Sports Bash.
Hey, this is Josh Hennigan.